Chapter 1818. The dark saber light tore through the void like lightning. The cold and domineering aura froze the world and ignited the void. It was extremely terrifying. The saber pressure poured out like a flood breaking through a dam. Even though they were far away, the members of the ghost hunting group could feel the terrifying saber pressure. Their expressions changed drastically and became extremely solemn. They felt that if they were facing that saber, they would definitely not be able to withstand it. It was very likely that they would be killed in an instant. But the target of this saber was the Azura sword demon, the famous expert. Facing this saber, Chunxio's expression did not change at all. His cold eyes contained a touch of fierceness. His expression was indifferent, as if nothing in the world could affect his state of mind. Strike! The phantom sword was extremely fast. It pierced through the void and was indestructible. The phantom sword was close to the opponent's long saber. It carried extremely terrifying power and murderous intent as it mercilessly pierced through the void. This strike displayed Chunxio's unparalleled swordsmanship and control. Kill! The Purgatory Ghost General did not have the slightest intention of dodging. Instead, he roared and shook his body. The tyrannical muscles that contained the power of a volcanic eruption suddenly trembled. The power surged out again. The saber light became stronger after the second explosion. The speed of the saber increased by more than 10% in an instant. Its power was further enhanced. Under the dark saber light, the void seemed to be torn apart by strands of hair like cracks. They were almost undetectable, but they exuded a chilling aura. The power of this saber was already infinitely close to the 9-star level. The improvement from 8-star to 9-star was completely superior to the improvement from 7-star to 8-star. It was almost a qualitative change. Therefore, the improvement from 8-star to 9-star was much more difficult. Tai Yuan Hall, a famous top force in the Profound Realm, was only second to the Tai Xian Holy Palace. On the surface, there were 3 8-star experts. This time, because of the invasion of the Purgatory Ghost race, more experts were exposed. There were 5 8-star experts and 1 9-star expert. 3 8-star experts went out to fight, and 2 8-star experts stayed in Tai Yuan Hall to guard to prevent any accident from happening to their hometown. This was what almost all forces were doing. The Purgatory ghouls had to fight back, but they couldn't abandon their home either. Otherwise, some people with ulterior motives might take advantage of this opportunity to invade. Even in such a major situation, there were still people who didn't care about the righteousness of their race. They had to be on guard. As for the 9-star expert, he had appeared before, but no one knew where he was now. However, the Purgatory Ghost General wanted to use his powerful body to take on Chunxio's sword. It was as if he wanted to die together with Chunxio. Chunxio's expression did not change in the slightest, nor did he have any intention of retreating to defend himself. That sword thrust out directly. The speed of the sword instantly increased by a few notches. In a split second, the evil shadow paused, and the Nirvana evil sword was raised. Thousands of forces surged like a tidal wave, and the force reached the tip of the sword and slashed down. The second form of the Heavenly Fiend sword technique, sword slaughter. The sword slashed down and slaughtered all living things. Extremely terrifying murderous intent filled the air and swept across the world. It was unstoppable. Switch moves. In just a split second, when the sword was about to hit the Purgatory Ghost General, Chunxio displayed his unparalleled swordsmanship and instantly changed from the evil shadow to the sword massacre. The murderous intent exploded and swept across like a raging tide. Everything in the surroundings seemed to have fallen into the murderous intent. Droplets of water turned into ice and shivered. The Purgatory Ghost General's face was also filled with shock. However, it was too late. The sword had already slashed down. The sword split the void, and nothing could stop it. It was invincible, like a hot knife through butter. The sword light was extremely smooth as it streaked across the void, leaving a dark and deep crack in the void. The Purgatory Ghost General's all-out attack also paused at that moment. Like a snake that had its spine pulled out, it became soft and fluffy. It trembled like a noodle that had been scooped out of the soup. Its power completely disappeared, and it couldn't cause any harm to Chinchio. One sword cut it in half. The Purgatory Ghost General, who had the combat strength of an 8-star elite, had a majestic life force instantly absorbed by the Nirvana Evil Sword. In the blink of an eye, it was completely absorbed. A gray luster seemed to flash across the Nirvana Evil Sword, as if it was in joy, like a foodie who had eaten a rare delicacy. A middle-rank Purgatory Ghost General with the combat strength of an 8-star elite had an extremely strong physique. Its life force was also extremely shocking. Seeing Azura's sword demon Chun Xiu change his moves in such a short time and kill a powerful middle-rank Purgatory Ghoul General, the other Purgatory Ghouls in the vicinity were awed and greatly encouraged the experts of the ghost hunting group. Kill! Their morale was greatly boosted and their fighting spirit soared. Their attacks became even more powerful, especially those of the Azura ghost hunting group. Their auras were strengthened, and the power of their attacks increased significantly. The Prime Pole Alliance Master, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, also saw this scene. Apart from being shocked, he also felt incomparably delighted. An unparalleled fighting spirit grew in his heart, and an invisible force emerged from the depths of his body. He struck out with his palm and actually forced the Purgatory Ghost General to retreat. This was the first time the Prime Pole Alliance Master had managed to force his opponent to retreat and gain a slight advantage in the battle. In his heart, he instantly understood that the combat strength of the Azura Sword Demon was probably even stronger than his own. Although his opponent's strength was infinitely close to the 9-star level, and was even more tyrannical than the Ghost General that was killed by the Azura Sword Demon, he was only able to face him head-on with the help of the battle formation. On the other hand, the Azura Sword Demon didn't need to rely on anything. He merely used the sword in his hand and his own strength to kill the middle-rank Ghost General in a few breaths of time. The difference was naturally obvious. As the thought flashed through his mind, the Primal Extremity Alliance Master did not stop attacking. Taking advantage of the slight advantage he had, he gathered a majestic and domineering force in his palms. Green light burst out and illuminated the surroundings. Like two small suns, his palms struck out repeatedly with the terrifying force of a thunderbolt. The void trembled like ripples on water. The Purgatory Ghost General forcibly stopped himself from retreating. His tyrannical body instantly trembled and ripples surged. His spear suddenly swept up a terrifying force and struck out fiercely. This Purgatory Ghost General's combat strength was indeed astonishing. It was infinitely close to the 9-star level, and much stronger than the one killed by Chinchio. The difference in combat strength brought about a direct difference in strength, and it was very obvious. Under such a difference, one could suppress or even kill the opponent in a short time as long as one found the right opportunity. His palms connected with each other, and with his powerful combat strength and the support of the battle formation, he forced the Purgatory Ghost General to retreat again and again. He suddenly clasped his palms together and raised them up high. He poured all of his accumulated aura and strength into them, turning them into a solid azure blade aura that slashed down. Slash! This slash condensed his essence, chi, and spirit in an attempt to kill the opponent directly. The Purgatory Ghost General was horrified. After being forced back repeatedly, his arms were slightly numb, and his tyrannical chi and blood were trembling. He seemed to be unable to withstand this slash. He immediately opened his mouth and roared anxiously, as if he was asking for help. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the rear of the Purgatory Ghouls, turning into endless waves that surged and surged, recklessly surging. It was as if the sky had turned dark in an instant, and an extremely gloomy and cold aura filled the air. It also carried an extremely terrifying heat that made one's mind become hot and dry. His divine sea fluctuated as if it was thrown into a fire, and he felt uneasy. Have they come? Deep in Chun Xiu's eyes, there was a glimmer of light, faintly excited. As for the others, their faces were filled with shock. Such power! It was a high-rank ghost general. A high-rank ghost general was at least equivalent to a 9-star super expert. That day, he joined forces with his original body and used all of his strength. His original body also used the power to break through and find the correct method to kill Rakshasa King's purgatory ghost divine body. At that time, Rakshasa King's combat strength was at the 9-star level. The high-rank ghost general that appeared now was also at the 9-star level. It was definitely not inferior to Rakshasa King at that time. A pitch-black light that looked like a long spear that could tear the world apart, and like a divine lightning that could pierce through the world, shot through layers of time and space and shot toward them. The might that the pitch-black ray of light carried was incomparably tyrannical to the extreme. Danger! UNG Alliance Master's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed drastically. The cyan saber energy that was slashing down was also hit in an instant. It didn't stop at all and shattered right away. It was indescribably irresistible. As a result of that attack, a thin, winding rift was torn open in the space around it. This was a true 9-star level attack that could truly tear the void apart. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." A vigorous voice suddenly sounded. The moment it appeared, it resounded in the world like thunder, and its aura was vast and intense. In an instant, as that vigorous voice sounded, countless cyan lights appeared out of nowhere, as if they were born from the void, and they turned into a rain of light that sprinkled down. An incomparably deep cyan finger, like the strike of a deity, pointed out from the void, carrying with it a vast amount of smoke and fire chi, condensing a vast force that could shatter mountains, and struck down from the sky. This finger was dark cyan and lifelike. It mercilessly pointed at the black lightning strike. After shattering it, it continued forward like a hot knife through butter. Tiny cracks appeared in the void around the finger. Seeing the dark cyan finger appear, everyone let out a sigh of relief. The 9-star warriors of the Tai Yuan Hall had also appeared. It was Tai Yuan Hall's Grand Lord Yuan Kong. In Tai Yuan Hall, no matter what their previous surname was, once they became the Hall Master and took charge of Tai Yuan Hall, they would immediately take a new name. The surname would be Yuan, and they would take 1 or 2 words from their original name as their name. In fact, Yuan Kong and UNG weren't related by blood. The high-rank Ghost General of Purgatory and the Grand Lord of Tai Yuan Hall, Yuan Kong, also attacked. This meant that the battle had officially reached its climax. A battle between 9-star experts was too terrifying. Their combat strength was extremely powerful, and once they attacked, it was as shocking as the sky. Everything that was affected by their attacks was shattered. Chapter 1819. Everyone, please pay attention to the public account. Descent of the 6 Realms. The 6 Realms will post any news or situation there. High in the sky of the myriad star plane, a beam of deep azure light shot out with all its might, carrying a vast and unparalleled might. A terrifying pitch-black figure surrounded by tens of thousands of Een spirits exuded an endless cold and domineering aura. It attacked mercilessly, exterminating all life. Collision. Earth-shattering. Earth-shattering. The shocking aura continued to resound like tens of thousands of thunderbolts, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Even the battle below seemed to be suppressed. The difference between a 9-star and an 8-star was too obvious. Keek, all of you, turn to my power. A malicious, wild laughter sounded from the rear of the Purgatory Ghost Army. It was like a demonic thunderclap. Layers of dark sound waves swept out with an extremely cold aura. That kind of power was astonishing. In an instant, the Alliance Master and the members of the Ghost Hunters group trembled all over. Their chi and blood seemed to be frozen, and their circulation speed slowed down greatly. Blood and chi were very important. Even if one did not refine his body, it was a necessary part of the human body. Once it was affected, one's strength would also be affected. After all, these people did not know the profound and mysterious power of the Freedom State. The only one who was not affected was Chun Xiao. Accompanying the extremely gloomy and cold aura was a wave of heat, causing everyone to feel irritated. It was as if everything was not going well, and they wanted to viciously vent their frustrations. Horrifying. Extremely horrifying. Needless to say, this was another upper-rank Ghost General with a 9-star combat power. There was actually a second upper-rank Ghost General. This battle was dangerous. The Purgatory Ghost Army, which originally wanted to use all their strength to kill as many Purgatory Ghosts as possible, suffered a huge blow at this moment. The suppression of a 9-star upper-rank Ghost General was too terrifying. Who would be able to resist the presence of a 9-star level Ghost General? No one could resist. Even the UNG Alliance Master, who was supported by the battle formation, could not resist. There was a huge gap between a 9-star Ghost General who was infinitely close to it and a true 9-star Ghost General. The fact that the other party had an additional upper-level Ghost General had already broken the balance between them. Originally, the Tai Yuan Alliance was already having a hard time defending. It was only because of the Shura's Sword Demon's power that they were able to hold on. But now, as the terrifying aura of the second Ghost General swept over, it was like the straw that broke the camel's back. In an instant, everyone's fighting spirit was like a candle in the wind, flickering and about to be extinguished. Once the fighting spirit was extinguished, it could not be reignited. At that time, the Purgatory Ghouls would scatter and annihilate them. The Great Yuan Alliance would also fall apart. At that time, the Purgatory Ghost race would march straight into the territory of Tai City and devour the vitality of the humans there to strengthen themselves. They would even raise the more outstanding ones as food reserves. The human clan would gradually decline. Eventually, the Taishan realm would be occupied by the Purgatory Ghost race. With that as a base, they would begin to invade the other 8 realms. In the end, they would completely occupy the entire Tianyuan sacred domain and even beyond the sacred domain. They would completely occupy the Lingwu sacred domain. At that time, the Lingwu sacred domain would become another Purgatory Ghost realm. Sure enough, it's as I expected. A long howl suddenly came from behind. It turned into a gust of wind that whistled and filled the air with a shocking might. It was vast and mighty, and it shook the sky. It was incomparably shocking. As soon as it appeared, the cold and heat in everyone's body seemed to dissipate. Everyone was shocked, and then they revealed a look of joy. 9-star. It turned out that there was another 9-star on the Tai Yuan Alliance's side other than the Grand Palace Master Yuan Kong. But who did this 9-star expert belong to? This voice. The UNG Alliance Master suddenly felt that the howling gale was somewhat familiar. He seemed to have heard it somewhere before. Sensing the aura, he also felt that it was somewhat familiar. He thought about it carefully and suddenly came to a realization. Then he smiled. That was the Grand Palace Master of Tai Yuan Hall, Grand Elder Yuan Feng. He was the Grand Palace Master of Tai Yuan Hall. Hundreds of years ago, when he took over the position of Grand Palace Master, he had met him once. But after that, there was no news at all. He did not know if he had gone out to travel or if he was in seclusion. Hundreds of years had passed without any news, so he did not think too much about it. He did not expect him to appear this time, and at the right time. It turned out that there were 2 9-star experts in Tai Yuan Hall. They were indeed well hidden. Chen Xiu was secretly surprised. Although he did not know the identity of the newcomer, he could sense from the aura that they were experts from Tai Yuan Hall. Such a top force was indeed well hidden. Then, what about Taishin's Sacred Palace, which was known as the top force in the Taishin world and Tianyuan sacred domain? Just how strong was his hidden strength? At the very least, if there was only 1 9-star expert on the surface, there would be at least 2 or 3 9-star experts in secret. There might even be elite 9-star experts. As he thought about it, 2 completely different figures charged out from the back of their respective camps. One was as black as a ghost, filled with killing intent. It was an upper-rank ghost general. The other was as green as the wind, sweeping in all directions. It was Grand Elder Yuan Feng of Tai Yuan Hall. Fight! The moment the 2 of them clashed, a terrifying aura spread out, causing a shocking impact in the surroundings. Everyone was affected, and they were swaying left and right. It was not only the Tai Yuan Alliance that was affected, but the Purgatory Ghost race was also affected. Fortunately, Grand Elder Yuan Feng and the upper-rank Ghost General were clear about this. They immediately soared into the sky and engaged in a fierce battle. As long as they could kill each other, it would be enough to determine the outcome of this battle. This was the terrifying effect of experts. One person could fight against 10,000 soldiers. The Tai-Yuan Alliance's fighting spirit that was about to be extinguished was instantly restored, and they became vigorous again. Without the suppression of the upper-rank Ghost General, they would not hesitate to fight. Even if they were to die, they would drag one of them down with them. Kill. The intense battle began once again. Chun Xiu's sword was invincible, unleashing a shocking massacre. He killed the Purgatory Ghost soldiers one after another, and he also killed the Ghost Generals. Whether it was lower rank or middle rank, he caused great casualties and brought about a terrifying threat. Moreover, as long as they were struck by Chun Xiu's sword, their vitality would be devoured by the Nirvana evil sword, and they would die an unnatural death. It was completely different from being injured by others. This situation caused the Purgatory Ghost race to be even more fearful of Chun Xiu. There was a faint fear in the depths of their hearts. It was also because of this that the human race could still barely contend against the Purgatory Ghost race despite the obvious difference in strength. Otherwise, they would have been defeated long ago. One man and one sword brought about such a shocking threat to the Purgatory Ghost race. It was extremely terrifying. Kill him. Kill the human. Several Purgatory Ghost Generals immediately roared and charged at Chun Xiu from 3 directions. This was the joint attack of 3 middle-rank Ghost Generals. It directly sealed off the surrounding area, and its offensive power was extremely terrifying. The Purgatory Ghost race's strength was extremely high. Once they were hit, not only would their body be damaged, but their organs would also be heavily injured. Even their divine soul would be damaged. This was also one of the reasons why the Purgatory Ghost race could take down several cities with irresistible force. In just an instant, Chun Xiu was surrounded and fell into a fatal trap. If he was not careful, he would very likely be injured or even killed. Pairs of eyes stared at him. There were humans as well as ghosts. Putting aside his 9-star combat strength, the Azura Sword Demon, Chun Xiu was very important here. He affected the morale of both sides, and to a certain extent, affected the outcome of the battle. This is bad. Alliance Master Yuanji's heart couldn't help but tremble. Under this kind of siege, even he would be defeated or even killed. The Azura Sword Demon might be slightly stronger than him, but not by a lot. Facing such a siege, it would probably be difficult for him to gain any advantage. Once the Azura Sword Demon was injured, it would definitely affect the morale of the other ghost hunting groups, and in turn, affect the morale of the allied forces. The UNG Alliance Master was able to see this very clearly. Logically speaking, he should be the one leading the battle and become the center of morale. However, for some reason, the Azura Sword Demon became the center of morale instead. Although he was somewhat unwilling, Alliance Master UNG didn't think too much about it. He only hoped that the Azura Sword Demon could withstand this siege. It was a pity that he couldn't help. Everyone was nervous. Only Chun Xiu, the person in question, looked indifferent. There was no change in his expression. Was it blindness or confidence? He didn't know, but he would find out soon enough. He raised the Nirvana evil sword in a neither fast nor slow manner and held it horizontally in front of him, at the same level as his chest. He looked straight ahead. Traces of extremely shocking aura quietly spread out from the sword, like wisps of gray smoke, endlessly hazy and illusory. It was hazy like smoke and fog. At first glance, it seemed to have some beauty. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover the ferocious, murderous intent contained within. The combat strength of the divine fiend Azura. It was extremely refined and pure, and its power was unparalleled. Traces of extremely terrifying murderous intent gathered on the sword. This murderous intent wasn't targeted at anyone. It was a murderous intent that seemed to come from the depths of one's heart, and also seemed to have been launched by the heavens. Once this murderous intent was born, it quietly and rapidly grew stronger. Silently, there was a horrifying feeling of wanting to slaughter all living things. It seemed to view all living things in the heavens and earth as enemies, as if they were inanimate objects that would be attacked, killed, and exterminated without mercy. Complete annihilation. For a moment, the aura was drawn and swept in all directions. Everyone trembled unconsciously. It was as if wisps of chilly wind had swept past them, silently brushing past their skin, seeping into their bones, muscles, and organs. It froze their blood and caused them to tremble uncontrollably. Even their divine souls seemed to be affected, as if they were in a chilly hell. Chapter 1820. Third style of the heavenly fiend sword art: slaughter all lives. Endless icy killing intent seeped into one's bones and spirit, causing one's blood to freeze, limbs to stiffen, and thoughts to stagnate. The sword slashed out in an instant. The sword slashed horizontally, seeming to carry with it 1,000 feet of smoke and fire. It also seemed to have come out of nowhere. Under the sword, the 3 middle-rank Purgatory Ghost generals who were attacking with all their might seemed to slow down, forming a shocking gap. Before their attacks arrived, Chun Zong's sword slashed out with a clear trajectory, carrying with it a terrifying killing intent that could slaughter all living things. It rushed forward like a raging tide. Shock immediately appeared on the faces of the 3 middle-rank Purgatory ghouls. Faced with this slash, it seemed slow, but it was only a visual difference. In fact, it was extremely fast and had reached the extreme. There was no way to dodge it. There was no way to defend against it. When the sword light slashed across, the air rippled like water. There was a faint trace of darkness following it, as if a layer of skin had been lifted. Kill! The sword's sharpness was unparalleled. It cut through the bodies of the 3 middle ghost generals as if it was cutting through thin paper. The sword light retracted and seemed to merge into the sky. It was like a drop of ink falling into a river, disappearing without a trace. The bodies of the 3 ghost generals trembled. Their expressions were ferocious as they quickly shrank into 3 dried corpses. Their vitality had been devoured by the Nirvana evil sword in an instant. The chopped corpses fell to the ground, along with the fighting spirit of the Purgatory ghost race. They had failed. How could the Azura sword demon of the human race be so strong? It was completely unreasonable. The power that the other party had displayed was only equivalent to that of a middle-ranked ghost general. On the contrary, the morale of the human race was greatly boosted. It was as if oil had been poured on the fire, making them even stronger. Morale was extremely important in a battle. It could even allow the weak to defeat the strong. Even though the Purgatory ghouls were innately powerful, possessed astonishing battle prowess, ruthless methods, and had greater numbers at this very moment, their morale had fallen, and their fighting spirit had fallen, causing them to pale in comparison. The 2 upper-level ghost generals were blocked by the 2 9-star experts from Taiyuan Hall. So, who in the Purgatory Ghost Army could fight against Chun Xiu at this moment? Chun Xiu's sword slash wasn't as simple as simply devouring the life force of the Purgatory ghost race. After all, the devouring of the life force also affected the Purgatory ghost race's last resort. For example, he used the horn to gather all of his power, causing his soul to rush into Chun Xiu's divine sea and engage in a soul battle. Chun Xiu was already aware of this, and he had taken precautions against it. His sword strike even contained a terrifying divinity combat strength that struck directly at the soul, and it affected and even crushed the soul, causing it to be unable to use its final attack. This way, the Purgatory ghouls would die in grievance. Otherwise, if the Purgatory ghost generals charged into his deity sea with their souls and started a soul battle, his body would not be able to move. It was very likely that the other Purgatory ghost generals would take the opportunity to destroy his deity sea, and he would die a miserable death. Since they already knew what the Purgatory ghouls were capable of, they would naturally be prepared. As such, the other elites who were fighting against the Purgatory Ghost Generals naturally had corresponding means of defense to prevent the Purgatory Ghost Generals from using a soul battle after they killed them. Compared to the Purgatory Ghouls, the human race was indeed far inferior in terms of innate physique. However, the human race's strength lay in its ability to learn and create, constantly improving itself, and extremely strong adaptability. This was a kind of deep-level improvement and evolution of life. No matter how harsh the environment was, the human race would be able to adapt sooner or later. This was the innate talent of the human race. Kill, kill, kill. The situation was beginning to tilt in the human race's favor. If it had been another race with similar innate physique as the human race, they would have been defeated long ago. Looking at the Azura sword demon, who was rampaging with his sword, no one understood why the battle a few months ago had not been so intense. Only Chun Xiao knew the reason. In an instant, a black streak of light, like a shadow, silently appeared behind the Purgatory Ghouls. It seemed to be shuttling through the void, cruising at lightning speed. In just an instant, it traversed tens of thousands of meters. Without anyone noticing, it passed by the Purgatory Ghouls and directly attacked Chun Xiao. Too fast. It was extremely sudden. It was impossible to guard against. The black streak of light had all of its aura restrained. When it was close to Chun Xiao, it suddenly exploded. The extremely terrifying power instantly shattered the void. Countless black cracks spread out, twisting and twisting. It was incomparably ferocious. The terrifying aura that filled the air seemed to be able to destroy everything. Everyone trembled. They only felt that they were about to be torn into pieces under the terrifying aura. As soon as this power exploded, it shattered the void and suppressed the entire place. Even a 9-star combat strength and upper-rank ghost generals who were fighting fiercely in the sky changed their expressions and became extremely solemn. This was because the level of this power had surpassed them. Speaking of which, whether it was the 2 9-star combat strength from Tai Yuan Hall or the 2 upper-rank ghost generals, they were only ordinary 9-star. However, the power that exploded out now was at the elite 9-star level, more than twice as strong. You're all dead. In the sky, an upper-rank Purgatory Ghost General was ecstatic because he immediately sensed that the terrifying power that exploded below was the power of a Purgatory Ghost General. That was the strongest person who came as reinforcements this time. From the appearance of that undetectable black streak of light to the explosion of endless power that shattered the void and blasted towards Chun Xiao, only a fraction of a second had passed. Chun Xiao was unable to dodge or resist. He was directly hit and turned into a stream of light. He instantly flew back thousands of meters and crashed into the ground. Rumble. A violent roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. The ground of the myriad star plane shook incessantly. Dust and smoke rose up hundreds of meters. The power of the explosion slowly dissipated. The shattered void also gradually calmed down and recovered. However, that terrifying aura still remained in everyone's heart. They were at a loss. Was Shura's sword demon dead? Under such a terrifying attack that could tear the void, he was still hit head-on. There was no way he could withstand it. With such an attack, he should have been killed. Even if he was not dead, he should be on the verge of death. The changes in the battle were too fast. Basically, there was a change after a while. It made people's fighting spirit rise and fall continuously. It was very exciting. First, Shura's sword demon's unparalleled power stimulated everyone's fighting spirit and raised their morale. However, suddenly, an upper-level ghost general appeared. Its power was extremely shocking. Everyone's fighting spirit was also suppressed and began to decline. Fortunately, Tai Yuan Hall's Grand Elder Yuan Kong appeared and resisted the upper-level ghost general. The fierce battle continued, and there was no clear victor. In this way, because Shura's sword demon, Chun Xiao, was present, he continued to kill the other Purgatory ghost soldiers and ghost generals. Once again, everyone's fighting spirit was stimulated and their morale was boosted. However, after that, a second upper-level ghost general appeared and suppressed everyone's fighting spirit. Everyone was panicking. To everyone's surprise, there was another 9-star warrior in the Taiyuan Palace. The appearance of the 9-star warrior gave everyone hope again. Shura's sword demon once again used his shocking means and strength to stimulate everyone's fighting spirit. They originally thought that if this continued, they would be able to defeat the Purgatory Ghost Race. They even dared to think that they might be able to kill all the Purgatory Ghost Race here. However, the third upper-level ghost general suddenly attacked. He was caught off guard and his strength was extremely strong. He was even stronger than the 2 upper-level ghost generals from before. Shura's sword demon, Chun Xiao, was hit directly. It was hard to say whether he was dead or alive. Judging from the situation, even if he wasn't dead, he would be on the verge of death and unable to continue fighting. Even if he had the strength to continue fighting, it would be of no use. An upper-level ghost general that was even stronger than the 2 upper-level ghost generals might even be at the elite 9-star level. Terrifying. Incomparably terrifying. Extremely terrifying. Despair filled the air. Everyone's morale began to plummet. In just 3 breaths' time, it had fallen to the lowest point. Alliance Master Yuanji's face was also ashen. There was no hope for victory. Not to mention victory, it would be difficult to even fight against the Purgatory Ghost Race. Once an upper-level ghost general with the strength of a 9-star elite appeared, he would be able to slaughter everyone present in a short period of time. No one would be able to escape. This was the terrifying aspect of a top-level expert. One person could defeat an entire army and turn the tide of the battle. Unless there was another expert of the same level, they would be able to contend against him. Could it be that the Great Yuan Alliance was facing a calamity this time? It was a pity that there were no 9-star elite experts in Taiyuan Hall. Otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Mystic Sky Mountain should be similar to Taiyuan Hall. If they encountered such a situation, they would only be defeated. However, it was hard to say about Taiyuan's Sacred Palace. After all, Taiyuan Palace was very powerful and had a deep foundation. Taiyuan Hall didn't know how powerful it was, but there should be elite 9-star experts in it. However, with the Purgatory Ghost Race's might sweeping over, Taiyuan's Sacred Palace probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. This time, they really had to gamble with their lives. Determination flashed across Alliance Master Yuanji's face. He instantly withdrew his aura into his body as if he couldn't feel it. Then, in the next moment, it suddenly burst out. Rumble. The earth-shattering aura was vast and terrifying. When it exploded, it pushed the airflow in all directions, creating 1,000 layers of airwaves that grew stronger and stronger. Yuanji didn't hesitate to use Taiyuan Hall's secret technique. There were many secret techniques in Taiyuan Hall, but most of them were relatively ordinary secret techniques. They had little effect on 7-star combat strength and were completely ineffective against 8-star combat strength. There was only one secret technique that was suitable for an 8-star martial artist. It could also increase the combat power of a 9-star martial artist. However, it wasn't easy to use that secret technique. The price was great as it would consume one's lifespan. If Alliance Master Yuanji used it, he would be able to increase his combat strength to that of an ordinary 9-star. The reason why he hadn't used it before was because the price was too great. It was a secret technique that was equivalent to putting one's life on the line. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't use it. Otherwise, if one's lifespan was damaged, it would affect one's condition. Chapter 1821. In an instant, a majestic, forceful, and domineering aura surged in all directions and shot into the sky. It was as if the darkness of the myriad star plane had been dispelled, restoring clarity to the place. The primal extremity Alliance Master seemed to be burning with an ethereal flame. His aura surged, surpassing the 8-star level and reaching the 9-star level. Die! As his combat strength surged, a terrifying energy raged in his body as if it was about to explode. The Primal Extremity Alliance Master's aura surged, and his veins bulged like dragons. As he roared, he suddenly struck out with a palm. It was so forceful that it could destroy mountains. This palm was unstoppable. It blasted toward his old opponent like a hot knife through butter. Light of destruction. This powerful middle-rank ghost general was already prepared. He gathered all of his energy and poured it into the horn on his forehead, which emitted a blazing scarlet light. In an instant, the blade-edge horn, which had gathered all of its power, shone brightly. It was like a scarlet sun that shone in all directions as it suddenly shot out. The scarlet light tore through the air and seemed to pierce through it. The light of annihilation was like the innate ability of the ghost generals of purgatory. Once it was used, it would gather all of its power, and its power would be extremely terrifying. However, after it was used, its power would be greatly reduced for a period of time. It was a desperate trump card that it would only be used as a last resort. However, if it didn't use it now, it would be smashed into meat paste by its opponent. It couldn't care less. In an instant, the palm print and the light of destruction collided. They paused for a moment and were evenly matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other. The Purgatory Ghost General mustered all of its strength and kept shooting out scarlet light from its horn, destroying everything in its path. The Primal Extremity Alliance Master, on the other hand, maintained his palm print. The majestic energy kept surging, and there seemed to be thousands of torrents in the surroundings. Oomph. In an instant, a cold snort filled with malice rang out and pierced through the Primal Extremity Alliance Master's ears. The Primal Extremity Alliance Master's face contorted in pain. His body trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. His energy became chaotic and difficult to control. The palm print couldn't hold on any longer and was instantly shattered by the light of destruction. The Primal Extremity Alliance Master hurriedly moved away in the nick of time. However, he couldn't completely avoid it, and his left shoulder was hit by the light of destruction. Piercing. The tyrannical power forced the UNG Alliance Master to retreat continuously. All of a sudden, the Grand Essence Space Locking Array was disrupted. Alliance Master UNG controlled the entire formation. His shoulder was pierced through, but it wasn't fatal. However, the power contained in the light of destruction was extremely evil and terrifying. It surged out from the wound like a raging tide, spreading continuously in an attempt to destroy the Prime Extremity Alliance Master's body and extinguish his life force. The Prime Extremity Alliance Master immediately mobilized all of his power to resist and seal off the terrifying evil energy that was wreaking havoc. However, his complexion alternated between green and red, as if he was alternating between hot and cold. Naturally, this feeling was extremely unbearable. For a moment, the Primal Extremity Alliance Master lost most of his combat strength. Fortunately, after the light of annihilation was unleashed, the aura of his opponent plummeted, and he also lost most of his battle prowess in a short period of time. However, this was not a good thing for the human race. In an instant, an extremely terrifying aura descended. Darkness filled the air, dyeing the sky and covering the earth. A figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the human clan and the ghost clan, suppressing everyone. This was a Purgatory Ghost General. His body was extremely tall and muscular, and he was even more domineering than the other Purgatory Ghost Generals. His eyes were shockingly red, and red light shone in all directions. Wherever his eyes reached, a shockingly evil aura would spread. All the humans who were swept by his gaze shuddered, as if they had fallen into a cold purgatory. They shivered and felt fear from the deepest part of their bodies. It was just like how a person in a lower position would unconsciously feel inferior when facing a person in a higher position. It was also like they were facing an undefeatable natural enemy, and they felt fear from the depths of their hearts. A Ghost General. An upper-rank Ghost General. An upper-rank Ghost General with elite 9-star combat strength who sent the Azura Sword Demon flying with a single strike and was suspected to have killed him. Once he appeared, he suppressed everyone and was unparalleled. The Prime Extremity Alliance was at the end of their rope. Instantly, their faces turned ashen. Humans die, all of you. The upper-rank Purgatory Ghost General stood in the air, and his red eyes swept across. Shortly after, he grinned. That smile was filled with unparalleled killing intent and terrifying evil intent. Just a glance at it would cause people's courage to scatter, and they would be terrified to the extreme. In an instant, his left hand flicked slightly, and, as if he was waving a fan, a terrifying gust of wind whistled and blasted out. The gust of wind seemed to be able to destroy everything as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Within the gust of wind, there were several faintly discernible cold lights. It was the claw energy. The claw energy was terrifying to the extreme, and it was unstoppable, tearing the sky and splitting the earth. The gust of wind whistled, and the direction of the claw energy was in the direction of the Azura ghost hunting group. It was too fast, and its might was shocking to the extreme. It directly suppressed them, and there was no way for them to dodge. In an instant, when the claw energy reached them, the Azura ghost hunting group would be completely dismembered, and they would be completely dead. Everything happened in a flash. From the moment the upper-rank Purgatory Ghost General appeared and suppressed everyone to the moment he casually attacked and the claw energy came from the air, it had only been one breath's time. Moreover, because the Purgatory Ghost General's aura was too shocking, no one could react in time, let alone provide reinforcements. The strength of an elite 9-star combat strength was too terrifying. Even a casual wave of his hand could release a terrifying force that could destroy mountains. Who could block it? No one could block it. They could not even react in time. They could only wait for their deaths. In an instant, a tyrannical, violent, and terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything shot up into the sky like the eruption of an ancient volcano. It completely shattered the darkness that shrouded the myriad star plane in an instant. Accompanying that terrifying aura was a gray sword light. It did not seem to have any luster, but it also seemed to be emitting a dazzling brilliance. Although it was launched later, it arrived first. It was extremely fast. In just an instant, it pierced through the raging gust of wind and shattered the claw energy. The remaining force did not dissipate, and it carried an extremely terrifying force as it charged toward the upper-rank Purgatory Ghost General. The change was too fast, and the Ghost General was slightly stunned. However, he did not have any intention of dodging. Instead, he quickly attacked, and his claw tore through the sky and shattered the gray sword light. His scarlet eyes focused in front of him. A few thousand meters away, balls of gray light shot up into the sky. They were filled with an endless murderous aura. That murderous aura seemed to be able to exterminate all life, but it also contained a trace of mystery that seemed to be above all life. With one look, the Purgatory Ghost General's heart wavered, and his gaze became increasingly solemn. The power that the aura carried was not any weaker than the power that he possessed. In fact, it seemed to be even more powerful. Moreover, he also recognized that this aura belonged to the human who was suspected to have died from his previous attack. He did not die. Moreover, not only did he not die, but he seemed to have become even more powerful. That's right. Originally, Chinshio had been cultivating non-stop for more than a year. However, he had not been able to break through the 3rd level of the divine fiend Azura battle technique to the 4th level. This was a superb inheritance that originated from the ancient god-fiend Azura clan in the void of the universe. It was indeed very powerful and high-end. Even though Chinshio had cultivated the Azura physique using the divine aspect Azura secret technique, which was compatible with the cultivation of the divine fiend Azura battle technique, he was still unable to cultivate it to a high level in a short period of time. Although the divine fiend Azura battle technique did not break through, it continued to improve in the 3rd level. Especially in the past few months, the improvement was even more obvious. It had already reached the peak of the 3rd level, which allowed Chinshio to have the shocking ability to easily kill a middle-rank Ghost General. Even if he faced an ordinary 9-star Ghost General, he could still put up a fight. However, the one who launched the sneak attack was an elite 9-star Purgatory Ghost General. Its ability was extremely terrifying. He was unable to dodge and was hit. However, the Azura doppelganger Chinshio was not made of flesh and blood. What would have been fatal to an ordinary person was not fatal to him. Moreover, because of this attack, the divine fiend Azura battle technique was able to break through its shackles and successfully broke through. The fourth level. Just now, he had not appeared because he was circulating the fourth level of the divine fiend Azura battle technique to stabilize it. As a result, the power of the divine fiend Azura battle technique increased greatly, and his own combat power also increased greatly. At this moment, the aura that Chunshio exuded was on par with that of the high-rank Purgatory Ghost General. In the sky, the two 9-star elites heaved a sigh of relief, and their faces were filled with joy. However, the two high-rank Ghost Generals' faces were grave. How could such an unforeseen event happen? Shouldn't they have won? No matter what, there was nothing they could do. Such an unforeseen event was shocking. However, there were always many changes that could happen in a battle. The ups and downs were incomparably thrilling. Like a bolt of lightning, from the endless gray light that soared into the sky, a sword light pierced through the air. The essence, energy, and spirit completely merged with the sword, and the sword shattered the void. Wherever the sword light passed, a straight black crack was torn in the void. The aura that spread out was extremely frightening, and they could not help but feel terrified and shocked. Retreat. For a moment, whether it was the human race or the Purgatory Ghost race, they all tried their best to erupt with all their speed and rapidly retreated. In such a situation, the outcome was no longer up to them to decide. It was useless to continue fighting. It was better to retreat and leave the battlefield to the top elites. 9-star combat power. High-rank Ghost General. Who was stronger? In the end, the side that won would be able to control the outcome of this battle. If they won, not only would they be able to survive, but they would also be able to slaughter their opponents. Azura Sword Demon, it's all up to you now. The weak UNG Alliance master muttered to himself, his eyes filled with hope. Perhaps this time, the human race would not lose. The Great Yuan Alliance would not lose. They had to win. They had to win. Once they won, it would have a great impact on the Great Yuan Alliance. After all, since the Purgatory Ghost race's invasion until now, the human race did not seem to have any clear victory. At most, they could only resist, and that was under the condition that they paid a heavy price. Chapter 1822. The fourth level of the Divine Fiend Azura Battle Technique. Fully activated. Waves after waves of extremely tyrannical, divine, baleful battle strength were like layers upon layers of surging waves, surging endlessly within his body. If it were other humans, they would not be able to withstand it at all. Their bodies would shatter directly. However, Chunshio had the Azura physique and was naturally compatible with it. A shocking aura gushed out of his body continuously, shocking the surroundings. Even from far away, it made people feel suppressed and suffocated. It was a feeling that originated from the body and mind. Facing Chunshio, whose combat strength had greatly increased, even the Elite 9-star Ghost General didn't dare to underestimate him in the slightest. Face him. Take him seriously. Originally, he had come to help. However, he had stayed behind to watch and had no intention of joining the fight. The Purgatory Ghost race was a race that was born to fight. Under normal circumstances, the strong did not like to take the initiative to deal with those who were weaker than them, unless there was a special need. However, Chunshio had caused a lot of trouble for the Purgatory Ghost race. He had no choice but to join the fight. Since he had joined the fight, there was no reason for him to stop. He had to destroy all of them and reduce the losses on his side. Unexpectedly, before he had killed the other humans, the human that he had defeated earlier had not died. Instead, he had become even more powerful and gave him a clear sense of threat. Troublesome. However, he also felt excited. The human race was too weak. From all the information, he had come to this conclusion. It was difficult to find a worthy opponent. Now that one had appeared, he felt a sense of excitement. Fight! In an instant, power exploded. The extremely strong body disappeared in an instant and appeared directly in front of Chun Xiu, attacking him directly. One punch shattered the vacuum. The void under the punch shattered inch by inch. Countless fine cracks were everywhere, causing one's heart to palpitate. Facing this punch that shattered the void, Chun Xiu had no intention of dodging. He directly slashed out with the Nirvana Evil Sword. The sword that had condensed the 4th level of Divine Fiend battle power also tore the void apart and killed mercilessly. The Divine Fiend Azura battle technique had just broken through to the 4th level. Although it had been slightly consolidated, it was still not that accurate. Coincidentally, this opponent was strong and could be used to train himself. No matter when or where, some of Chun Xiu's habits were similar to Qinzong's. After all, their souls were of the same origin. Every punch and sword strike caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. Countless cracks appeared, and it took a long time for them to heal. The aura they emitted was incomparably terrifying. Too strong. It was simply too tyrannical, completely beyond their understanding. Elite 9-star combat power. Even the great Yuan Hall did not possess such combat strength. To many people, it was almost like a legend. Fortunately, the great Yuan alliance of the human race could produce such a powerhouse. Otherwise, the Purgatory Ghost race would have wiped them out completely. Just thinking about it made him excited. The first form of the Heavenly Fiend Sword Art. Fiend Shadow. As the sword stabbed out, the sword completely disappeared, directly entering the void. One could vaguely see a gray shadow. But by the time he saw the gray figure, it was already too late. He had already been hit by the sword. The Purgatory Ghost General was indeed hit, but it was only a scratch on his skin. There was no obvious injury. Even so, he was still shocked. After dodging Chun Xiu's sword, the Purgatory Ghost General's reaction was incomparably fast. He immediately returned a punch. This punch was like the roar of evil spirits. There were layers of ghostly shadows, and it was difficult to distinguish between real and fake. It was as if they were attacking from all directions, wanting to devour Chun Xiu. Sword Killer. The sword slashed down, and the ghostly shadows were completely shattered. A ferocious crack was cut open in the void, and an extremely terrifying aura spread out. The Purgatory Ghost General could not completely avoid it. Instantly, a terrifying wound was torn open on his body by the sword, and dark red blood gushed out. Too strong. This human's combat strength was really too tyrannical. In the beginning, he could only fight on par with him. But now, he seemed to be gaining the upper hand bit by bit, injuring him. Although the injury was not serious, that kind of power was very terrifying. It kept invading his body, trying to cause deeper damage. If he was not strong enough, he would not be able to resist at all. Indeed, originally, Chun Xiu was at the peak of the 3rd stage of the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique. His combat strength was so strong that he could easily kill a middle-level Ghost General. Even if he faced an ordinary 9-star combat strength, he would still have the ability to resist. One must know that the difference between an 8-star and a 9-star was very huge. The first 3 stages of the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique could be considered as the foundation. It was to forge a near-perfect, or even perfect, solid foundation for himself. When he reached the 4th stage, it was a leap in improvement. Only then would he start to show the true power of the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique. Therefore, although it seemed like a breakthrough from the peak of the 3rd stage to the beginning of the 4th stage, in reality, it was a linear increase in his combat strength. From the peak of the 8-star level, he skipped the ordinary 9-star level and directly broke through to the elite 9-star level. The extremely terrifying, murderous intent that could destroy all life was completely contained within the sword, and it tore through the void along the edge of the sword. In the dark crack, astral winds and lightning wreaked havoc. The destructive aura became more and more intense, chilling and terrifying. The Ghost General's soul battle form descended, as if it was about to merge into the Ghost General's main body. At first glance, It looked as if there was an almost tangible shadow coiling around the ghost general's body. He threw out a punch. It was not only the main body's punch, but also the soul battle form's punch. The power of the punch was unparalleled. The moment the punch collided with the life killer's sword, the sword light paused for a moment and immediately shattered the punch. However, the second punch followed and hit the sword light. In an instant, the sword light paused, and cracks appeared on it before it shattered. That fist was also shattered. The ghost general's other hand attacked again. Boom! The two punches seemed to shatter the void, and it immediately posed a great threat to Chen Xiao. Under such circumstances, the ghost general's combat strength had obviously increased by activating his soul battle form. On the side of the human clan, the hearts of the ghost clan were lifted once again. On the side of the ghost clan, the hearts of the ghost clan were lifted once again. It was another switch. Everyone used their own methods. Boom, boom, boom. The ghost general's fists continued to attack. Each punch contained the power of both the main body and the soul battle form. It was abnormally terrifying. Moreover, the two punches were continuous, and the connection between them was extremely short, making it even harder to defend. Normally, when one blocked the first fist force, the second fist force would immediately attack. Chen Xiao was forced to retreat, and his sword trembled. The two fist forces were crazy as they shattered space, causing countless cracks to appear. They interweaved and spread out, and they were suffused with an extremely terrifying aura fluctuation. If one approached slightly, one might be torn into pieces by the spatial cracks, and even one soul wouldn't be able to survive and die completely. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Under the ghost general's two punches, Chen Xiao was instantly at a disadvantage. It was difficult for him to even dodge, because the ghost general's soul battle form seemed to be targeting his soul, directly locking onto him. Although Chen Xiao kept retreating, his eyes became brighter. Gradually, there seemed to be a gray flame burning. Burn. It was a kind of burning that came from the heart. The endless gray aura turned into flames and slowly spread out from his body. It gradually spread throughout his body and slowly started to burn. The aura gradually increased and became more powerful. It also contained a shocking anger. Raging Azura. This was a unique mystic technique that could be cultivated after the fourth stage of the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique was cultivated to the same level as the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique. The Raging Azura was a unique form. Chapter 1823. I forgot to update when I went to pick up little Six from school. Whoosh, whoosh. It was like a surging tide that surged, and moved about wantonly. Shocking, baleful intent and killing intent carried monstrous rage, and it wasn't concealed or suppressed in the slightest as it suffused the surroundings. From afar, everyone could feel that their minds were also affected. It was as if there was an indescribable anger growing in the depths of their hearts. A ball of anger was silently ignited and slowly burned. The gray flames that were filled with anger became more and more vigorous. As they burned, they emitted a wave-like sound with a strange rhythm. The upper-rank purgatory ghost general only felt a chill in his heart. He didn't dare to approach. His two punches were also swallowed by the gray flames. He didn't know if he could hit the person inside the gray flames. Everything was waiting for the changes to end. The fiercely burning gray flames that seemed to be able to burn through the heavens and earth slowly receded. At the same time, the countless murderous auras that filled the heavens and earth seemed to be drawn to the gray flames like moths to a flame. When the gray flames converged to the extreme and covered the surface of the figure, it was as if water was dripping down. When the figure was completely revealed, everyone was speechless and their faces were filled with shock. His appearance had changed greatly. Originally, Chen Xiao was dressed in a gray sword robe and had a slender figure. But now, the gray sword robe had disappeared, or it could be said that it had been replaced. What replaced the gray sword robe was a very domineering and ferocious-looking full body armor, from the helmet to the battle shoes, a complete set. The gray armor was stacked on top of each other, and each piece was interlocked. It gave off a domineering and mighty feeling, but did not appear bloated and majestic. Instead, it perfectly combined strength and speed. It was domineering and mighty, yet streamlined and vigorous, and filled with astonishing explosive power. The battle armor was gray and emitted a layer of halo-like flames. At the edges, there was an extremely dazzling bloody light, as if one could smell the bloody smell of slaughter. At the top of the helmet, on the left and right sides of the forehead, there were two blade-like horns that drew the most perfect arc, pointing towards the sky as if they were going to pierce through the heavens. At the elbows and knees, there were barbs that were like blades, extremely terrifying. The bloody light was very intense, simply the most terrifying killing weapon in the world, slaughtering the common people. Gray light, bloody light. Tyrannical, ferocious, vigorous, iron-blooded, murderous. This was simply a form created for battle, a form born for slaughter. That armor didn't seem to be worn on his body, but instead seemed to have grown out of his body and connected to his bloodline. It was as if they had become a race with a strange appearance. He held the Nirvana evil sword in his right hand. The hilt of the sword seemed to have merged with his palm, becoming one with it. A touch of gray flame with a hint of blood-red light flowed around the sword like ripples, endless and endless. Just by looking at its appearance, it seemed that even the Nirvana evil sword had changed a little, but it wasn't obvious. Only its aura was more terrifying. Raging Azura form. This was a unique form that the Azura race had a chance of mastering after they cultivated the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique to the 4th level. The prerequisite for activating this form was anger. Anger had to be born in one's heart. Anger that originated from the heart could be used as a primer to stimulate one's own strength and potential, absorbing the murderous intent that existed in all directions, and then activating it. However, what Shinshio didn't know was that even in the ancient god-fiend Azura race, there were only a few who could activate the raging Azura form at the 4th level of the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique. Most of them had to reach the 5th or 6th level before they could do it. This had nothing to do with the level of cultivation, but it was a difference that originated from the bloodline or talent. Power. Tyrannical power, accompanied by bursts of anger, surged in his body and surged in his heart. What accompanied the anger was an extreme, murderous intent. Once a person was angry, they would often lose their rationality and become extremely irritable and violent. They would say things that they wouldn't normally say and do things that they wouldn't normally do, causing great harm and destruction to people and things. Anger. That was an emotion, and it wasn't very beneficial. Hence, cultivators often emphasized one point, and that was to remain calm. One had to know how to remain calm so that they wouldn't lose their rationality and they wouldn't lose their bearings. Only then would they be able to control everything. Otherwise, once one fell into a state of rage and violence, perhaps the power of one's attacks would be magnified. But because one had lost their rationality, they would also lose their accurate judgment of the situation. Instead, they would be full of flaws, and it would be very easy for the weak to defeat the strong, making others' reputation and prestige. Anger. Unparalleled anger was attacking his mind in waves, making him completely lose control. Once he lost control, his strength would increase greatly, but he would also not be able to differentiate between friend and foe. He would directly kill anything that he saw alive, regardless of who it was. Shinshio's heart suddenly had this realization. In the raging Azura form, he didn't fear pain, death, or friend. His mind was gradually losing control. His willpower was disintegrating layer by layer, and he was about to lose his calmness. Following that, his strength increased layer by layer, becoming more and more tyrannical. The more he lost his rationality, the angrier he was, and the more his potential would be stimulated, and the more his strength would increase. This was a way to increase the strength of the raging Azura form. It was like exchanging anger for strength. Kill, 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 kill everything. Kill them all. Unexpectedly, it was already somewhat out of Shinshio's control. On Myriad Star Plane, when those humans and ghosts stared at the figure that had undergone a great change in appearance, for some unknown reason, An indescribable feeling of terror and terror arose from the depths of their hearts. Their hearts stopped along with this, and even breathing became difficult for them, as if they were choked. Terrifying. Incomparably terrifying, like a demon god. Fear. It made people extremely fearful, and they even felt fear from the bottom of their hearts, and fear from the depths of their souls. It was as if he had become everyone's natural enemy, hunting all races and taking pride in killing. Even the 9-star and upper-level ghost generals who were still fighting fiercely in the sky stopped one after another and stared with a solemn expression, as if they were facing a great enemy. No! Chun Xiu's alarm bell rang. He was himself, not the Azura clan. He absolutely couldn't lose his rationality because of this. Otherwise, he might do something that he would regret when he woke up. Although his temperament was different from Chun Zong's, he still had a clear distinction between good and evil. Some things could be done, and some things cannot be done. Some people could be killed, and some people could not be killed. So, how could he break out of this situation? Withdraw from the raging Azura form? It was difficult. He still couldn't fully master this form. Moreover, generally, he would only withdraw from this state when he had vented all his anger. Moreover, if he withdrew from this form, it would be difficult to fight against the upper-level ghost general who had activated the soul battle form talent. He could only try this move. In Chun Xiu's scarlet eyes, which were emitting a terrifying red light, there was suddenly a trace of silver light, and as it flickered, it released a cold light. The cold light was as clear as autumn water, and it was filled with a trace of coldness. As soon as it appeared, it was like a sudden appearance of light, dispelling the darkness. Suddenly, the scarlet light in Chun Xiu's eyes dimmed a lot, and it retreated a lot. In the scarlet light, there was a trace of silver light flickering. Self-freedom state. It really worked. Chun Xiu couldn't help but secretly rejoice. After activating the self-freedom state, the rationality that was gradually losing was found again. His mind became clear and calm, but interestingly, his heart was still filled with anger. It was just that the anger was no longer increasing, and it was maintained at a constant level, neither increasing nor decreasing. In this way, the stimulation of his own potential and the increase of his battle strength were fixed. This should be enough. The power that could be controlled by oneself was true power. No matter how powerful the power that was out of control was, it would still hurt others and oneself. Then now, I'll use you to test the power of the raging Azura. This strange state of being calm, but filled with anger, made Chun Xiu intoxicated. This was a state of calmness that controlled a violent power. Chun Xiu was eager to try. The Purgatory Ghost General who had activated the Soul Battle form to increase his battle strength would undoubtedly be a very good test opponent. Then let's begin. As Chun Xiu's voice penetrated the mass that was filled with majesty and killing intent, there was a kind of gloominess lingering in the air, and for some reason, the Purgatory Ghost General's heart sank. Looking at the pair of eyes that were glowing with a bloody light, the Ghost General's heart could not help but sink, and for some reason, he felt as if he was facing a higher race. It was like a wolf meeting a tiger. In the past, the level of a tiger should be the ghost race, and the human race could only be regarded as the level of a wolf. A wolf and a tiger, who was stronger and who was weaker, was obvious at a glance. But now, it seemed to be the other way around. How could this be? But when he saw the traces of silver light flickering in the other party's eyes, the chill in his heart became more serious. No, it was not as simple as a comparison between a wolf and a tiger. It was like a comparison between an ordinary wolf and a saber-toothed tiger. No, I'm the strongest. The upper ghost general roared and became violent. He suddenly rushed out, condensing a terrifying power in his fists, and repeatedly punched without mercy. Every punch was done with all his strength, and every punch contained 2 layers of fist force. It was extremely terrifying. This kind of double fist force was not so simple because it was not done by one person, but by 2 people. The meaning was completely different. Its power was also much greater than that of an ordinary double fist force. Previously, it was this kind of double fist force that made Chun Shio retreat continuously and gradually suppressed him. What about now? It should not only be the change in appearance. All eyes were completely focused on Chun Shio in his raging Azura form. Facing such a violent attack from the upper ghost general, Chun Shio did not have any intention of dodging. In his raging Azura form, although his mind was calm, his heart was bursting with anger, as if his entire body was burning, and he wanted to vent. Strike! Boom! Heavenly Fiend Sword Art. Evil Shadow. The current Evil Shadow was completely different from before. Chapter 1824. The first move of the Heavenly Fiend Sword skill, Evil Shadow, focused on speed. It raised the speed of the sword to the extreme, and the power was extremely condensed and sharp. It could pierce through anything and everything. However, the murderous Shadow Sword in the form of the Raging Azura not only had extreme sword speed, it also had some frightening sharpness. It had also raised its strength to the extreme, becoming a combination of strength and speed. Its destructive power had also increased by another step. As the sword pierced out, it was as if a giant gray dragon had shattered the sky. The void at the edge of the sword shattered inch by inch, and countless black fragments appeared. Within each fragment, one could vaguely see lightning and thunder leaping about, releasing an aura that could annihilate all things and destroy all life. The first layer of fist energy shattered like a hot knife through butter. The second layer of fist force was also shattered without any resistance. Although the sword-light dragon had become much fainter, it still carried an extremely terrifying power as it charged forward. Then, there was an extremely loud explosion that shook the heavens and earth. It made everyone's eardrums feel like they were about to be shattered. The upper-rank Ghost General was shocked. He did not have time to dodge and punched out again. Bang! 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 The fist force seemed to be stimulated and became more majestic. It crushed the sword light and blasted towards Chun Shio like a hot knife through butter. The Nirvana evil sword that was burning with gray and red flames seemed to be more majestic. It was raised high and condensed a terrifying power. Then it suddenly slashed down. The sword light shattered the vacuum. The second move of the Heavenly Fiend Sword skill, Sword Slaughter. At the same time, the Sword Slaughter in the form of the Raging Azura had more than doubled its power. Slash! Under the sword, nothing could resist it, and it would be slashed apart. This sword was unparalleled, and the evil intent was invincible. All the ferocious fist force disintegrated under this sword. It was like snow melting under the scorching sun, unable to resist at all. No! The upper-rank Ghost General's expression was filled with terror, but he was unable to dodge because the terrifying power contained within this sword had completely enveloped and suppressed him. The space around him was completely locked down as if it had solidified, making it impossible for him to dodge. Since he could not dodge, he could only take it head-on. But with such power, could he withstand it? Even if he could not, he had to. His power burst out completely and gathered in his arms. Even his soul battle body was burning, emitting torrential flames. He was going all out. As the sword light slashed down, it instantly slashed at the high-ranking Ghost General's arms. It paused for a moment, and the sword light sank down in an instant. Boom! Chun Shio's strength exploded once more, becoming even more violent as it pressed down, breaking through the upper-level Ghost General's defense and cutting it off. Like a hot knife through butter, he was unparalleled. Chop! It chopped down from the top of the head in the most shocking and tyrannical manner, directly splitting open the head and completely destroying it. Starting from the top of his head, the Purgatory Ghost General's extremely strong body was as fragile as sand. Inch by inch, it crumbled and turned into dust. Even his soul battle body had been destroyed. His soul had scattered, and he had died for good. All of a sudden, the sky seemed to tremble. All of the Ghost Clan members present felt their hearts tremble. An indescribable sense of fear and terror rose within them. High up in the sky, the two Ghost Generals were the most frightened. Retreat! Retreat! Even the purgatory ghouls, who were known for their ferocity and brutality, were afraid. Retreat! As soon as the order was given, the remaining purgatory ghouls immediately retreated at full speed. Die! Chun Xiu's eyes flashed red as he slashed out with his sword. A gray crescent sword light that was more than 100 meters long tore through the sky. The speed of the sword was astonishing, and it directly slashed at the fleeing purgatory ghouls. Without waiting to see the result, Chun Xiu's figure flashed, and he soared into the sky. The sword light pierced through the sky, mercilessly killing the two ghost generals with boundless killing intent. Any upper-level ghost general had terrifying battle prowess. Leaving any one of them alive would be a huge threat to the human race. Since they were here, he would kill them all and weaken the purgatory ghoul's strength. Moreover, in the raging Azura form, the anger in his heart was surging. His killing intent was extremely strong, but it had not yet been quelled. How could he quell it? There was no other way but to kill. Kill! Ask the world, who can block my sword? The two ghost generals were successively killed by Chun Xiu's sword. Their combat strength was half of the previous ghost generals. Wherever the sword light passed, it would be immediately penetrated. Even their soul battle bodies could not react in time and were completely destroyed. Kill! The Taiyuan Alliance Master and the ghost hunting groups unleashed shocking killing intent and immediately chased after the ghost generals. The remaining ghost soldiers fled in panic, looking very miserable. This was the first time since the purgatory ghouls had invaded this world more than a year ago that they had been defeated and in such a miserable state. Looking down from above, Chun Xiu, in his raging Azura form, had red and silver light intertwined in his eyes. He looked like a demon god looking down from above. In an instant, he swooped down like a falling meteor, bringing with him an extremely terrifying sword chi. No one escaped. This time, hundreds of purgatory ghouls did not escape at all. They were all killed. A great victory. This was the first true great victory that the human clan had achieved since the invasion of the purgatory ghouls. In the past, the human clan had at most resisted the purgatory ghouls' attacks and repelled them. Great! The UNG Alliance Master's face was pale, but he was overjoyed and excited. Grand Elder Yuan Kong and Grand Elder Yuan Feng stared at Chun Xiu, who had removed his raging Azura form and returned to his original form. They were both surprised and shocked. He looked so young, but he had the combat strength of a 9-star elite. He also grasped an ability similar to a secret technique that could multiply his combat strength. It was extremely terrifying. For a moment, they could not help but feel that they had aged for a long time. All eyes were focused on Chun Xiu. They were filled with shock and fear from the depths of their hearts. Chun Xiu's raging Azura form had left a deep impression on them. It was as if it had been branded into their souls and could not be forgotten. Too powerful, too terrifying. Like a demon god, he was invincible. But at the same time, they were happy and excited. With such an expert holding the fort, what could the purgatory ghouls do? No matter what, this great victory was a great motivation for the Taiyuan Alliance. Of course, the Taiyuan Alliance had also suffered considerable losses in this battle. More than 30 experts had died. But comparatively speaking, the losses were far less than the purgatory ghouls. After all, the purgatory ghouls had lost 3 high-rank ghost generals, many middle-rank ghost generals, and low-rank ghost generals. There were also more than 700 ghost soldiers. When the news spread to the entire Taiyuan Alliance, they were first in disbelief, then in shock, and then in ecstasy. Naturally, the Taiyuan Alliance would not deliberately hide such a great victory. They even took the initiative to spread it to the Xiankong Alliance and Taiyuan Sacred Alliance. First, it was to motivate them and raise their fighting spirit. It was to let them know that the purgatory ghouls were not undefeatable. Secondly, it was naturally due to a competitive mentality. Wherever there were people, there would be competition, whether it was open or secret. Sometimes, it was not for the sake of gaining any benefits, but purely for the sake of fun. It was as if they were saying, "Look, I've already surpassed you. You can only look up at my back." This made them feel carefree and comfortable. Naturally, the Xiankong Alliance and Taiyuan Sacred Alliance were also shocked when they heard the news. Hundreds of purgatory ghouls, including 3 high-rank ghost generals, were all killed. None of them survived. How is this possible? The Xiankong Alliance and Taiyuan Sacred Alliance were clear about the overall strength of the Taiyuan Alliance. Even the strongest Taiyuan Sacred Alliance had only won a small victory. It could only be said that they had the upper hand. In the battle report, there was no mention of Chun Xiu's combat strength. There was no deliberate emphasis on whose combat strength was stronger. Naturally, the Taiyuan Sacred Alliance and the Xiankong Alliance did not know the details. Investigate. They had to thoroughly investigate what the Taiyuan Alliance relied on to achieve such a great victory and kill so many ghosts. In other words, all the purgatory ghouls in the territory of the Grand Brightness City were killed. Immediately, the Taiyuan Alliance took action quickly. They rushed into the Grand Brightness City, where there were no purgatory ghouls, and rescued tens of thousands of cultivators who had been raised like pigs by the purgatory ghouls. These tens of thousands of cultivators were selected by the purgatory ghouls. Those with better talents were allowed to reproduce and provide endless food for the Ghost Clan. In the territory of the Grand Luo City, in the dark desolate realm that covered a radius of 1 million meters, the Purgatory Ghoul Gate, which had expanded to a diameter of 10 meters, suddenly emitted an extremely intense cold and blazing aura. It was like a torrent bursting through a dam, like a storm passing through. For a moment, the Purgatory Ghouls guarding the Dark City turned around and bowed towards the Purgatory Ghoul Gate to show their respect. One could also see a kind of reverence and fanaticism in their eyes. After the storm passed, a 3-meter-tall, strong figure appeared. The moment the figure appeared, it was as if an extremely terrifying storm had been swept up. Countless ripples swept out from his body, surging and surging wildly. In the next moment, the figure soared into the sky and rushed out of the dark, desolate realm. He appeared thousands of meters above the ground, overlooking the mountains and rivers. Boom, boom, boom. Between the heavens and the earth, there seemed to be a war drum beating. The astonishing sound was vast and mighty. A storm appeared out of nowhere and swept over crazily. An astonishing pressure surged towards the strong figure, constantly squeezing him as if it was going to crush him. However, the 3-meter-tall strong figure was covered in armor. He looked unusually ferocious and overbearing. His aura was extremely terrifying, as if it could suppress the heavens and the earth and shatter the vacuum. If Chun Xiu saw it, he would definitely recognize that it was the Ghost King. Wearing armor, the aura was terrifying, as if it could destroy the heavens and the earth. The strong figure suddenly trembled. The armor that seemed to be growing on his body also released a ball of extremely terrifying light. It was like a blazing fire, instantly shattering the aura that was squeezing towards him. This time, it was like poking a hornet's nest. It seemed to have angered an invisible existence. The sky trembled. Gales rose everywhere, and hurricanes roared. It was as if the heavens and the earth were angry. Bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, like black dragons that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They struck down one after another, as if they wanted to destroy everything. It was as if the heavens and the earth were angry. Chapter 1825. The dumplings have been cooked and have returned to their original bodies. Today, the Six Paths and Little Six Paths are participating in the Parent-Child Sports Day at the kindergarten. In order to prevent the junior brothers from castrating themselves, the Six Paths stayed up late to write this chapter. As for the second chapter, it's currently unconfirmed, but it will definitely be updated. If it's not updated by midnight, the Six Paths will live stream. In the void of the universe, the eternal battle fortress was transformed from a giant star. It rotated slowly, displaying the profound charm of eternity and indestructibility. Its trajectory was extremely mysterious. In a corner of the eternal battle fortress, in the Heavenly Origin Residence on the Thousand King Mountain's Heavenly Origin Peak. Chunzong was meditating with his eyes closed. He had reached the top of the ethereal realm. He had passed all the battle towers. This allowed Chunzong to obtain a higher qualification and greater opportunity. The ancient path of the stars. This was a unique secret realm left behind by the ancient astral god for the younger generation to train. One of its uses was to purify and improve one's physique or bloodline. Chunzong entered and improved his low-level spiritual body to mid-level spiritual body. His physique's strength was significantly improved, and it was more helpful for his cultivation. In seclusion, the 7th level of heaven and earth execution was completed, and the 8th level was created. The 7th level of heaven and earth execution was to transform heaven and earth's astral chi into heaven and earth's yin-yang true force. Not only did it have the power of heaven and earth's astral chi, but it also had the mysteries of yin-yang Dao. The 8th level of heaven and earth execution was to understand the mysteries of yin-yang extreme transformation, and its power was even more powerful. Naturally, Chunzong's strength was significantly improved because of this. After coming out of seclusion, Chunzong planned to enter the ethereal realm again and continue to fight. 90 consecutive victories. Then, naturally, he would aim for 91 consecutive victories. But all of a sudden, he was alarmed. The alarm came from the eternal heaven and earth token, and it directly impacted his soul. The eternal heaven and earth token. This was an opportunity left behind by the Lord of heaven and earth when he passed by the Lingwu sacred world's Tianyuan sacred region. Although it was left behind casually, it was no small matter. The eternal heaven and earth writ was an embryo created by the eternal battle fort and formed by absorbing the power of heaven and earth. The eternal world medallion obtained from the Tianyuan sacred region was inextricably linked to the region. As a result, the Eternal World Medallion would respond accordingly when something happened to the force of the universe or the way of the world in the Tianyuan sacred region, and its owner would know about it. Could it be that something unpredictable has happened in the Tianyuan sacred region? Chunzong's eyes suddenly flashed. He was secretly shocked. What would happen in the Tianyuan sacred region? It had even alerted the Eternal Heaven and Earth Medallion and alarmed him. Thinking of this, for no reason, there was a feeling of palpitations growing from the depths of his heart, causing his heart to tremble uncontrollably. This was not a good feeling, but an ominous premonition. However, Chunzong, who did not know much about this, decided to inquire. The best person to consult was naturally the master of the battle tower, Ming Jiang. It was because they had interacted with each other the most. As expected, Ming Jiang did not refuse his visit. After hearing Chunzong's intentions, Ming Jiang pondered for a moment, then looked at Chunzong with a solemn look in his eyes. This solemn look was directed at Chunzong, not himself. This situation means that something unexpected has happened in your world, which is not good for your world. For example, a powerful external force has invaded and brought great threat to your world, causing the will of that world to awaken and counterattack. Ming Jiang said in a way that Chunzong could understand. I don't know what happened in your world, but it should have been injured before, so its counterattack will not be direct. In my opinion, there are two options. First, you can give up your original body in that world, cut off the connection, and concentrate on cultivating in the eternal battle fort. You can turn this body into your original body and make a breakthrough. Second, you can return to your original body as soon as possible. But this method will be dangerous. You may encounter an accident and die, and all the opportunities will be gone. However, the second option is very dangerous, but it will also be accompanied by opportunities. If you can seize the opportunity, you may gain something, but I'm not sure how much it will be. The choice was up to Chunzong. Chunzong naturally chose the second option without hesitation. He could not give up his original body. Moreover, the Tianyuan sacred region was his hometown. Unless he was directly destroyed, he could not give up. After saying goodbye to Ming Jiang, Chunzong returned to the Tianyuan residence on the Thousand King Mountain. He was ready to withdraw his consciousness and return to his original body through the eternal world token. "Young man, I hope you've made the right choice," Ming Jiang said secretly. He could not interfere with Chunzong's decision. He only hoped that he had made the right choice, and that he could gain an opportunity after returning to his original body and not be destroyed in danger. It would be too much of a pity if it was destroyed. After all, any king-level genius, or even a genius who had obtained the ancient road of the stars, was extremely valuable to the eternal battle fort. This time, they didn't stay in the eternal battle fort for a long time compared to the last time. As a result, his improvement after returning to his original body would not be as obvious as last time. But no matter what, he had to go back and see what was going on. He withdrew his consciousness and entered the eternal world token. A spatial tunnel opened, and his consciousness was enveloped by an invisible force. It immediately flew towards the Tianyuan sacred region. Soon, his consciousness descended and entered the bewildering light region of the bewildering light island. It returned to his soul. Then, the power of the world surged, gathering in the sky and pouring down. Within the divine sea, the illusory figures of the heart's sword Tao intent, the yin-yang Tao intent, and the wind, fire, and thunder Tao intent were constantly absorbing the power of heaven and earth to strengthen themselves. Improvement. This was an improvement in nature. The Taichu sword origin technique circulated naturally, refining the Taichu sword force in his body. It became more condensed and powerful. The Taichu sword shadow condensed on him out of nowhere. Its aura was boundless, as if it could cut through everything. It was extremely terrifying. However, it was very clear that the power of the world was not as strong as last time. It was slightly different. In addition, Chunzong's cultivation level, Tao will, and so on were not comparable to the last time. It would be more difficult to improve. When the power of the world completely stopped, the Taichu sword shadow condensed a little more. Inside the deity sea, the three Tao wheels had also become more solid. The yin-yang divine wheel, in particular, had begun to emit layers of light. He opened his eyes. In an instant, the Taichu sword light seemed to split the world apart. It also seemed like the yin-yang divine will spun in the sky. It also seemed like wind, fire, and lightning wreaked havoc in all directions. Everything returned to silence. The sixth level of the Taichu sword origin technique had not broken through to the seventh level. However, compared to when he had just entered the sixth level, he had improved quite a bit. He had already reached the peak of the sixth level. If he had another opportunity to comprehend it, he might be able to create his own seventh level and break through. Within the divine sea, the sword shadow, condensed by the heart sword, will have become much more condensed. However, it was still at the second level of the pinnacle. However, compared to before, it had improved quite a bit. It could be said to have reached the peak of the second level of the pinnacle. One more step, and it would be the way light of the third level. However, breaking through from the second level to the third level was many times more difficult than breaking through from the first level to the second level. As for the will of wind, fire, and thunder, it was the same. The light that seemed to be constantly exploding also became more and more condensed. However, it did not produce any way light. Only the yin-yang divine wheel was condensed to the extreme. Moreover, it produced an inch of way light. The way light was naturally derived from the yin-yang divine wheel. It was filled with an indescribable profundity. When the way light reached 3 inches, it represented the peak of the third level of the way will. He had the qualifications to break through to the great saint realm. In other words, he had the qualifications to break through to the imminent God realm. Of course, this was one of the qualifications. After returning this time, it could be said that the improvement of the yin-yang Tao was the most obvious. However, Chunzong knew very well that this was related to the choice he made in the eternal battle fort. He had chosen to use the yin-yang Tao will as the starting point and created the 7th level of the heaven and earth technique. He had integrated the profundity of the yin-yang Tao into it. The 8th level was a further interpretation of the profundity of the yin-yang Tao. Moreover, he had also created the 2nd and 3rd moves of the yin-yang sword technique. It was precisely because of this that the feedback he received after his consciousness returned to his body allowed him to attract more yin-yang energy. This allowed the yin-yang Tao to break through to the 3rd level of the pinnacle and produce Wei light. At this stage, the power of the Wei would be even more powerful. Although he had just entered the pinnacle, he was sure that his combat strength had also increased. As for how much it had increased, Chunzong could not say. He should be able to reach the 9-star realm. However, would it be an ordinary 9-star realm or an elite 9-star realm? With a thought, Chunzong immediately circulated his cultivation method and activated the yin-yang Tao will. His aura instantly increased and continued to rise. The sudden appearance of the phenomenon surprised Chunzong. In the sky behind him, specks of starlight condensed out of thin air. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There were a total of 9 specks of starlight, each about the size of a finger. Suddenly, the first speck of starlight lit up with the color of black iron. The 2nd speck, the 3rd speck, and the 4th speck. Soon, all 9 specks of starlight lit up with the color of black iron. Then, from the first speck of starlight, the color of black iron turned into bronze. Then, from the first speck of starlight, the color of bronze turned into silver. However, when it reached the 9th speck of starlight, there was no change, and it was still bronze. The change did not stop. Again, from the first speck of starlight, the silver color turned into a golden color. When it reached the 8th speck of starlight, the 9th speck of starlight did not change and was still bronze. This made Chunzong extremely surprised. What exactly was this? He reached out to touch it, but he realized that the starlight seemed to be intangible and could not be touched at all. Then what about his consciousness? When his consciousness left his body and came into contact with the starlight, Chunzong realized that he could clearly feel it. Boom! In an instant, streams of information emerged from the starlight and directly entered his consciousness and soul through his consciousness. Chunzong did not resist, because there was no hostility or danger at all. In an instant, after receiving the information, Chunzong also understood. These starlights were called fighting stars. They did not have any offensive or defensive abilities. They were just a symbol and manifestation of combat strength. 1 fighting star represented a 1-star combat strength. 9 fighting stars represented a 9-star combat strength. As for the color of the fighting star, it was also a representation of strength. Black iron, bronze, silver, and gold. These represented the difference between high and low in the same star class. Black iron represented the ordinary, and bronze represented the elite. Generally, the combat strength of a half-step great saint was divided in this way, the ordinary and the elite. However, there were more powerful forces above the elite. It was just that there was no clear division. For example, some powerful elites could kill other elites. For example, Lord Bloodclaw and Lord Barbarian Mountain were elites of the 7-star level, but they could kill other elites of the 7-star level. And his current war star represented the power of an elite 9-star fighter. Chapter 1826. Little Rice Dumpling is back, and the sword is about to be unsheathed. Today, 6 paths and little 6 paths, 1 3 third places, 1 second place, and 1 first place at the kindergarten's parent-child sports day. What a rewarding return. In the ancient times, the Tianyuan sacred realm had not yet existed. The Lingwu sacred realm was complete, and the will of the heavens was not lacking. The rules of heaven and earth were complete, and the power of heaven and earth was abundant. However, the demons of the void invaded and destroyed everything. The cultivators fought back, and the demons of the void fought a fierce battle to the death in the Lingwu sacred realm. That battle caused the heavens to fall, mountains to collapse, rivers to dry up, and people to die. Corpses were strewn everywhere. That battle almost caused the Lingwu sacred realm to fall apart. In the end, the Lingwu sacred realm was split into many domains. The Tianyuan sacred realm was at the center, and it was naturally isolated from the other domains. As a result, the will of the Lingwu sacred realm fell into a deep slumber in the Tianyuan sacred realm. Every world had its own will. It was like the clouds in the sky, indifferent to the vicissitudes of life. It invisibly pushed the development of the world, and it slowly became stronger. To some extent, the world could be compared to a cultivator, and the will was like the consciousness of the cultivator. Under normal circumstances, the will of the heavens would not be able to wake up. After all, the injuries were too severe, and it might never wake up. It was like a person who had lost his soul. The invasion of the purgatory ghost race was a huge disaster for the people of the Taishan world in the Tianyuan sacred realm. No one knew how many people had lost their lives because of it. Originally, the will of the heavens would not wake up until the entire Tianyuan sacred realm was occupied by the purgatory ghost race. It might even be unknowingly influenced by the purgatory ghost race's will. Slowly, the Tianyuan sacred realm would become a new ghost race. However, because of Chen Xiao, the purgatory ghost race's 3 upper ghost generals had been killed, and many ghost generals had been killed. The purgatory ghost race had suffered great losses, and they had to send out stronger cultivators. The Ghost King. It was the purgatory ghost king. Every purgatory ghoul had a wisp of the purgatory ghoul race's power. That power wouldn't strengthen them. It was more like a kind of luck that belonged to the purgatory ghoul race. If the purgatory ghoul race won, that trace of ghost domain destiny would unknowingly affect Tianyuan's sacred realm and change it. This time, the purgatory ghost clan had suffered heavy losses. To some extent, this had angered the purgatory ghost clan's will. Under its interference, a purgatory ghost king had entered Tianyuan sacred domain ahead of time. Under normal circumstances, the purgatory ghoul king would not appear so early. This was because the more powerful a ghost was, the stronger the purgatory ghost realm's destiny would be, and the more obvious the will's favor would be. The Ghost King had entered in advance, and the powerful will of the ghost realm on him had triggered the natural suppression of Tianyuan's sacred realm. It was as if it had sensed a threat and was being suppressed, but in the end, it was unable to suppress it and was defeated by the counterattack. As a result, it seemed to have angered the natural counterattack mechanism of the sacred domain and awakened the slumbering will of heaven and earth in the Tianyuan sacred domain. As soon as it woke up, it immediately felt the malicious invasion of the purgatory ghost realm. Of course, the will of heaven and earth was unwilling. However, after the trauma of the ancient war, it had only woken up and had not recovered. It was simply unable to suppress the purgatory ghost realm directly. It could only use a roundabout tactic. That was to attack the cultivators of Tianyuan sacred domain. Because it had just woken up and was not strong enough, it could only be limited to the Taishan realm. The first change was the manifestation of the battle star. This was just a basic change, but it seemed to further condense one's combat power. It was the most direct way to see the combat power of a half-step great saint. The second change had something to do with the Purgatory Ghost Clan, or rather, with killing the Purgatory Ghost Clan. These two changes were the counterattack that the will of Tianyuan's sacred domain could make in the Taishan realm. In Taishan Mountain, in the territory of Taishan City. Taishan Cave was located in the depths of Taishan's sacred palace. It was blocked by a huge rock and guarded by a 9-star cultivator. It was pitch black. This place was like another world, but it was attached to Tianyuan sacred domain. Inside, it was quiet and gloomy. There was no sound. It was like a silent and lifeless place. A person was lying on an altar-like half-moon. It was the divine god of Taishan sacred palace. His eyes were closed, and his face was ashen. His entire body was weak and powerless. His vitality was gradually fading, and he was slowly approaching death. If things were to continue like this, the heavenly god Gong was going to lose all of his vitality and perish here. Just like the ancestors of the great, profound, holy palace who had entered this place many years ago, they were going to perish together with their corpses. Yes, After the Taishan saint entered the Taishan cave, he reached the end and obtained the so-called opportunity. But unfortunately, it seemed that his luck was a little bad. He obtained the opportunity, but was unable to take it for himself. Instead, he could not bear it and was bitten by the opportunity. Now he was stepping into death. The divine god of Taishan's sacred palace's aura was gradually fading, and his vitality was invisibly fading away. Although the speed at which his vitality was fading away was not fast, it meant that the divine god of Taishan's sacred palace's soul had not given up and was still making a final struggle. However, the divine god of Taishan's sacred palace's aura was fading away. If this situation continued, after a period of time, when his vitality was completely depleted, he would completely die here. All struggles were futile. Suddenly, a faint golden aura seeped out from the void and descended like smoke. It entered the divine god of Taishan's sacred palace's head and disappeared. Immediately afterward, the divine god of Taishan's sacred palace's ashen face seemed to be slowly turning red. A new force seemed to be gradually growing in his limp body. He regained his vitality. As time passed, the divine god of Taishan's sacred palace's face became redder and redder, and his vitality became more and more vigorous. His shriveled body gradually became full again. His vitality was vigorous. Immediately afterward, another change occurred. Countless fine vein patterns appeared on the crescent-shaped white jade altar below the divine god of Taishan's sacred palace. The vein patterns crisscrossed and crisscrossed. They were extremely complex and mysterious, and the aura they exuded had an ancient and lofty charm. Immediately afterward, the vein patterns seemed to come alive. They wriggled and wriggled, exuding a strange sense of beauty. They spread toward the divine god of Taishan's sacred palace's body like silk threads that intertwined and circled around the divine god of Taishan's sacred palace's body. Wisps of jade-white veined patterns slowly seeped into the divine god of Taishan's sacred palace's body and into the depths of his bone marrow. Immediately afterward, a jade-white brilliance gradually lit up from the depths of his bone marrow and spread out bit by bit. The jade-white veins that covered his entire body gradually entered his body and underwent a metamorphosis from the depths of his bone marrow. This metamorphosis was carried out silently. It was a metamorphosis that originated from the depths of his body, a metamorphosis that originated from the level of his life. It was an upgrade of his intrinsic quality. At the same time, light projections continuously appeared in the divine god of Taishan's sacred palace's mind. It was either a figure that was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Light shone from his body and kept moving around. It was also a figure that was practicing martial arts in all directions. Every move was natural and majestic. It was vast and overbearing. Invisibly, the divine god of Taishan's sacred palace was undergoing a deep metamorphosis. It was a metamorphosis of his life. It was a metamorphosis of his intrinsic quality. Once the metamorphosis was successful, no one knew how shocking it would be. According to the ancient records of the divine god of Taishan's sacred palace, the divine god of Taishan cave's opportunities were shocking. If one could obtain it, it would be like being reborn. It would allow one to reach the heavens in one step. However, obtaining this opportunity was extremely difficult and dangerous. As for what kind of danger it was, no one knew. This was because for many years, there were at least 80, if not 100, divine gods of the divine god of Taishan's sacred palace who had taken the risk to enter the Taishan cave. Among them, they were all talented and outstanding. When they grew up, they would be geniuses who could become famous in the world. There were even a few who were already famous geniuses. However, after those people entered, they never came out again. Without a doubt, they were all dead. It was so dangerous that there was no chance of survival. The divine god of Taishan's sacred palace was considered to be the most talented and promising person who had entered since ancient times. In theory, he should not take such a risk, but he was extremely determined to enter. He had no choice but to enter. Previously, it had also proven that it was dangerous and there was no chance of survival. If it hadn't been for the faintly discernible golden aura, the great mystic saint would have died without a doubt. However, because of the influx of the golden aura, he had found a chance of survival. Using that chance of survival as a foundation, he had started his counterattack and obtained a great opportunity that no one had obtained for countless years. Metamorphosis. It had begun. When the opportunity was completely received and the metamorphosis was completed, the divine god of Taishian's sacred palace would reach a new height. This was a gift from the awakening of the will of heaven and earth. In a way, the divine god of Taishian's sacred palace seemed to be the darling of Tianyuan's sacred palace. That was why he could receive such a gift. Chunzong and Azura's doppelganger Chun Xiu's souls were one. Therefore, when Chunzong returned, he could take the initiative to contact Chun Xiu and directly sense what the other party knew. The Purgatory Ghost Race. As such, Chunzong was greatly surprised. It turned out that the so-called shocking change was caused by the Purgatory Ghost Race. The Purgatory Ghost Race's combat power was very shocking, and they were cruel and ruthless. They devoured the vitality of the human race as if they were food. There was no possibility of reconciliation. There was only death. It was either you die or I perish. Rakshasa King's Purgatory Ghost Divine Body is closely related to the Purgatory Ghost Race. Chunzong thought more than Chun Xiu. Chunzong's eyes flashed. After thinking and deducing continuously, he came to a conclusion that shocked even himself. The opening of the Purgatory Ghost Gate and the appearance of the Purgatory Ghost Race were closely related to the Rakshasa King. Perhaps it was the battle between him and Chun Xiu against the Rakshasa King's Purgatory Ghost Divine Body that broke the deep black hole behind the Rakshasa King and left a trace in this world, like a coordinate. This allowed the Purgatory Ghost Race to obtain the coordinate and follow the coordinate and the trace that was open to directly break the void and connect the two worlds, allowing the Purgatory Ghost Race to enter Tianyuan Sacred Palace's profound world. In the beginning, only the ghost soldiers could enter first, and the weaker ghost generals could gradually withstand the entry of the stronger Purgatory Ghost Race. In this way, the invasion of the Purgatory Ghost Race was also related to him. Chapter 1827. The territory of Tai Luo City had been occupied by the Purgatory Ghost Race. It had become the Purgatory Ghost Race's first stop when they invaded the profound world. It was also their current headquarters because the Purgatory Ghost Gate had opened there. This place was extremely important. Therefore, the Purgatory Ghost Race had built a city in the dark, desolate domain to protect the Purgatory Ghost Gate. Once it was destroyed, the two worlds would be separated and the Purgatory Ghost Race would no longer be able to invade the Tianyuan sacred domain. The territory of Tai Luo City was close to the bewildering light sea. It was also the easiest place for Chunzong to reach. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong appeared at the border of Grand Luo City. He was very precise and didn't consume much of his divine sense. Using the Imperial Spirit technique, he quickly recovered the divine sense he had consumed. Chunzong had entered the territory of Tai Luo City alone with his sword. It had to be said that he was bold and skilled. Even though Chun Xiu had shared information with him through his soul, he was naturally aware of the situation of the Purgatory Ghoul race. He knew that there were Ghoul Kings among the Purgatory Ghoul race. Their combat strength was not something a 9-star Ghoul race could compare to. Even a 9-star martial artist who had lit up a gold star would not be a match for them. However, if he was not a match for them, he could just leave and return to the bewildering light sea. He would be invincible. This was where his advantage lay. Of course, he would not waste it. Chunzong's way of the sword had never been a single style. Instead, it encompassed everything. Naturally, there were also variations within it. Whether it changed or not depended on one's heart. The heart was the source, and the will was the reason. This is a tiresome aura. Chunzong appeared in the territory of Tai Luo City. Even though he was just at the border, he immediately felt a strong, cold, and domineering aura. The cold aura seemed to be able to freeze one's chi and blood. The blazing aura seemed to be able to burn the spirit sea. It was also domineering and could destroy everything. One could tell autumn by watching a leaf fall. Chunzong's control of power was extremely sharp and precise. He was also very sensitive to aura. Therefore, from the aura that filled the air, he could infer that the power of the purgatory ghost race was very high, very pure, and very powerful. Not only could it destroy one's body, but could also affect or even damage one's spiritual will. There was no doubt that this was a very terrifying power. It was of a very high level, and it was of a higher level than the power cultivated by most of the half-step great saints in the Tianyuan sacred domain. After all, the purgatory ghoul race's innate life essence was superior to the human race. They were a fighting race with astounding combat power. Only a small number of cultivators who had obtained superb inheritances could hope to compete with him in terms of strength. For example, his own Taichu sword yuan technique could be compared to it, and his doppelganger Chun Xiu's divine killing strength was only limited to the 4th level. Otherwise, it would be much stronger than the Purgatory Ghost clan. The next step would be to find a ghost race and fight them. Even though he shared all the information and sights with Chun Xiu's soul, it was still not as profound as experiencing it himself. Moreover, Chun Xiu now had 9-star combat strength, and he was an elite 9-star. His raging Azura form was even more terrifying. After killing 3 upper-level ghost generals in a row, as the main body, there was no way he could lose to his doppelganger. Then, what was the ghost race? No matter how confident Qinzong was, he would not recklessly charge into the enemy's base camp. Regardless of whether there was a way out, it would be too reckless. Then, he would proceed slowly. First, he would look for wandering ghosts. Ghost soldiers would be fine too. He would personally test the ghost race's abilities. Not long after, Qinzong saw a small patrol team from the Purgatory Ghoul race. Now that the territory of Tai Luo City was occupied by the Purgatory Ghoul race, it was naturally treated as their base camp. It was natural for them to send people to patrol to prevent any unexpected attacks and unnecessary losses. There were a total of 7 ghosts in this small team. They were led by a low-level ghost general, and the other 6 were upper-level ghost soldiers. They could be considered a very powerful force. Even if they encountered an 8-star combat strength cultivator, the Purgatory Ghoul race's strong physique and strong vitality would be able to resist for a while. They would then send out a signal to inform other ghost race experts to come over. This was also the terrifying part of the Purgatory Ghoul race. They were born with a strong physique, and they had mastered terrifying internal cultivation. It was like a high-level combination of body refining and chi refining. He was excited to see them. Although he already knew that these 7 ghosts were no match for him, Qinzong was still itching to fight. Strictly speaking, this was his first time facing the Purgatory Ghoul race. Qinzong did not release all of his aura. Instead, he limited his aura to that of an ordinary 7-star ghost. Even if the Tianyuan sacred realm's consciousness awakened and the battle star manifested, it could not stop a person from hiding their aura and strength. Naturally, the Ghost Clan patrol team also discovered Qinzong. Human, eat him. Qinzong had obtained Chun Xiu's memories, so he naturally understood the ghost race's language. He could understand a few words, and the content was very cruel and bloody. The 7 ghosts immediately rushed over and formed a semicircle. They were afraid that Qinzong would escape. Streaks of strong aura directly locked onto Qinzong. The cold and fierce aura was as strong as a spear and a halberd. It was merciless. Qinzong saw a battle star appear in the sky above the 7 ghouls. Since he was in the Taishian realm, he was also affected by its consciousness. Once he activated his power, he would manifest battle stars. Of course, the number of battle stars manifested depended on how much power was activated. The 7 ghosts naturally used their full strength to prevent Qinzong from escaping. Therefore, Qinzong could clearly see their battle stars. Most of the battle stars of the 7 ghosts were silver-white. A few of them were bronze or black iron, but there was no gold. Qinzong understood the meaning of the battle stars' colors. For example, the most powerful ghost race had 7 battle stars, which represented a 7-star ghost combat strength. However, the battle stars were mainly silver-white. 6 of them were silver white, while the 7th was black iron. This represented the ghost race's combat strength, which was equivalent to an ordinary 7-star ghost's combat strength. However, it was not that simple. Human cultivators were divided into ordinary and elite. A few could be stronger than elite. If they were to be divided according to the color of their battle stars, they would be silver white. That was a talent that belonged to the top geniuses. The color of the battle stars not only represented the strength of those of the same star rank, but also the depth of one's potential. Silver white potential was naturally not something that bronze could compare to. For example, when a cultivator was at 1 star, they could only make their battle stars bronze. After they broke through, they could only make their battle stars bronze. That was the height that one could reach after unlocking their potential. If one could continuously unlock their potential to the extreme at the beginning and achieve silver white, then they could also achieve silver white in the future. Their combat strength would be stronger than those of the same star rank. That being said, the fact that he had a golden battle star meant that he had unlocked his potential to the highest level. Chunzong had not seen the battle stars of other human cultivators, so he was not very clear. However, each of the 7 ghosts in front of him had a silver-white battle star. The last battle star was either black iron or bronze, which also meant that they could make their battle stars silver-white. This was a kind of height, an astonishing race, astonishing potential. As this thought flashed through his mind, 5 golden battle stars lit up above Chunzong. The 6th battle star was bronze. They could hide their strength, but they could not hide the potential and height that they had unlocked in the past. Thus, when they saw the 5 golden battle stars, the 7 ghost race individuals' eyes all turned green and then red light shooting out from them. There was no doubt that this was the height that only a supreme genius of the human race could achieve. A genius like this would have an even more delicious life. Moreover, now that the will of the world had begun to awaken, the amount of karmic luck that prodigies carried would increase as well. If they were killed, their karmic luck would dissipate, and it would damage the will of the world's fate as well. This would be even more helpful to the purgatory ghost race when they attacked this world and turned it into a ghost domain. Killing a supreme genius like this would have an even greater impact on this world than killing 1,000 or even 10,000 ordinary cultivators. Kill. Show no mercy. Chunzong strode forward, as if he were taking a leisurely stroll. It was as if he were not facing a group of ferocious monsters, but rather a pleasing sight to behold. In the blink of an eye, the 7 ghosts spread out, forming an encirclement and mercilessly attacking. Spears pierced through the air, and black sabers split the earth. The martial arts of the purgatory ghost race did not pay attention to any transformations. They focused on direct killing and pure destruction, unleashing their terrifying strength to the extreme. Every strike was born for battle and slaughter. It was extremely simple, but not simple at all. It was as if they had returned to their natural state. Chunzong did not immediately use his full strength to kill them. Instead, he drew his sword and countered their moves. Fighting 1 against 7, he carefully experienced the mysteries of the purgatory ghost race's martial arts. The original body and the cloned both cultivated the way of the sword, but simply put, the original body's way of the sword was pure, while the clone's way of the sword was not the complete way of the sword. Cultivation methods and other powers still accounted for the majority. Gathering the strengths of 100 schools of thought and assimilating everything into one's own way of the sword. One's own way of the sword was supreme. And now, Chunzong was merely walking on this path. From the past until now, he had constantly reorganized, changed, and perfected himself time and time again to walk the way of the sword. This was also why he had constantly changed the sword moves he created. Each time, it was a kind of improvement. No matter how ferocious and violent the attacks of the 7 ghosts were, they were unable to break through Chunzong's sword encirclement and were completely blocked. In just 10 breaths, Chunzong had thoroughly examined the mysteries of the 7 ghosts' martial arts. Then, it was time to counterattack. In an instant, the sixth battle star above Chun Zong's head turned golden, and then the seventh battle star appeared, turning golden as well. As the sword slashed out, the sword light rippled like water. When the seven ghosts saw the seven stars of gold, they were stunned. Under the sword light, they could not resist at all. They were directly cut off, and their lives were extinguished. Immediately after, Chun Zong seemed to see seven translucent streams of colorful qi rising from the heads of the seven ghost clansmen and entering the void. At the same time, seven streams of pure black qi emanated from the seven ghost clansmen. Chapter 1828. For those who want to see a knife cutting a chicken, I can only say that you are too young. Essence Qi. It was the source of life for living beings. The purgatory ghouls were naturally powerful, so their life essence Qi was naturally very strong and astonishing. It was far from what humans could compare to. Previously, when the purgatory ghouls invaded and were killed, they were killed and had no other effect. But it was different now. The will of the world had awakened. Although it had not recovered its power, it could already make some changes to the basic rules. The manifestation of the battle star was actually just a side effect. The real change was that after killing a member of the ghost clan, the willpower of the ghost hunter that was attached to the ghost clan would lose its foundation. Like a rootless duckweed, if left alone, it would naturally vanish into the air. But now, it would be absorbed and refined by the will of the world for its own use. It would become a tonic for its own power to recover. After all, this was not the purgatory ghouls. The will of the purgatory ghouls could not exist on its own. Without something to rely on, it was no longer a threat. Naturally, if the will of the world wanted to recover its power, it would need to encourage the cultivators to kill more purgatory ghouls. But if you want a horse to run, you have to feed it. Therefore, the rules were slightly changed. After the cultivators killed the purgatory ghouls, they could obtain a trace of essence qi from their bodies. This trace of essence qi was the highest level that the will of the Tianyuan sacred domain could interfere with. Although it was only a trace, the essence qi was extremely pure. There were no impurities. It was the purest source. Anyone could absorb it without any adverse effects. The miraculous uses of the origin essence were endless. It could be absorbed into one's internal force to assist in cultivation, purify one's power, or enhance one's cultivation. It could also be absorbed into one's body to strengthen it. It could also be refined and sold to others in exchange for a large amount of wealth. The most profound use was to be absorbed into the depths of one's body. Gradually increasing one's aptitude was equivalent to increasing one's cultivation talent. Of course, compared to other uses, the amount of essence qi needed to increase one's aptitude was difficult to estimate. Moreover, the increase in aptitude was not limitless. The higher one's aptitude was, and the better one's talent was, the harder it was to increase one's aptitude. Even after reaching a certain level, no amount of essence qi would have any effect. With Chun Zong's talent, this level of essence qi could not increase his aptitude at all. Chun Zong thought to himself, "My weakness now is my body refining level." If one's body cultivation base was not strong enough, it would affect the condensation of the minor divine ability, Lingwu Supreme Magic Lingwu, and affect the level of increase in strength after the Lingwu power was unleashed. In terms of body refinement, the amount of time and effort that he had put in could not compare to that of qi refinement. Especially after the battle in the Eternal Battle Fort, the gap between body refinement and qi refinement had become even more obvious. He retracted his qi refinement cultivation and only unleashed his body refinement cultivation. Instantly, the number of battle stars above Chun Zong's head rapidly decreased. In the end, only 4 war stars remained lit. Furthermore, the 4 battle stars were only silver in color, not gold. In terms of potential development, it was not as good as the path of qi refinement. With such a body refinement cultivation, aside from the power of the Lingwu, it actually did not have much effect on the path of qi refinement. In other words, it could be said that it was an increase. Chi refinement battle prowess was at the 9-star level, and its potential development and height had reached gold. With such a huge difference in battle prowess between body refinement and chi refinement, it was no wonder. Right now, the power of the Ling Wu did not increase his overall battle prowess by much. It was almost negligible. In that case, if he wanted to become stronger, it was urgent to improve his body refinement. With a thought, the more powerful, non-Li quenching Jade technique was immediately activated. In an instant, the 7 original essences that had entered his body were crushed, turning into specks of dark starlight that fused into his body. Shinzong's goal was not to directly improve his body refinement cultivation, but to make a fundamental change first. In other words, he wanted to make up for his past shortcomings and develop his body refinement's potential to the extreme, reaching the highest level. In other words, he wanted to transform the silver war stars of the past into gold. How difficult was that? Of course, there was another way, and that was to destroy his own body refinement cultivation base, scattering his extremely powerful chi and blood, and cultivate again. However, doing so would cause great damage to himself, and it would take a lot of time to repair the damage and cultivate again. Based on the current situation, it was not suitable. In that case, he could only work on his origin essence. Using origin essence to make up for his past shortcomings was one of the wondrous uses of origin essence. To make up for his shortcomings, he had to start from the very foundation. This was second only to increasing his aptitude and talent. His body refinement war star had only reached silver. This might be astonishing for other cultivators, but it was not enough for Chunzong. Either he did not do it, or he did it to perfection. It seemed that the war star's manifestation was not completely useless. At the very least, it allowed others to see his level. Otherwise, it would not have been so accurate. With a clear level and the ability to kill ghosts to absorb their origin essence, there was no better combination. Of the 7 original essences, 1 was the most powerful, but the remaining 6 were about the same. This was because one of the 7 ghosts was a ghost general, while the others were superior ghost soldiers. Even with such powerful origin essence, it could not make up for his past shortcomings in the body refinement path. The war star was still silver. He still needed more. Then, he would continue hunting for purgatory ghosts. There was some eagerness in his heart, but Shinzong did not lose his composure because of this. Instead, he maintained his original rhythm. Starting from Grand Luo City, he rapidly advanced in the direction of Grand Brightness City. Thousands of purgatory ghosts flew across the sky. Darkness filled the air, and an astonishing chill surged. Since Grand Brightness City had already been occupied by the purgatory ghosts, there was no reason to return it. Although all the purgatory ghosts in Grand Brightness City had been killed, it could still be reoccupied. That was by mobilizing even more powerful purgatory ghosts. 1,000 purgatory ghosts, 900 ghost soldiers, 100 ghost generals. Among the 100 ghost generals, 60 were lower-rank ghost generals, 30 were middle-rank ghost generals, and 10 were upper-rank ghost generals. One had to admit that the purgatory ghosts had suffered a great loss in the Battle of Grand Brightness City. As a result, the purgatory ghosts had mobilized even more troops and experts. Judging from his attitude, it was clear that he had made up his mind to reoccupy Grand Brightness City and use the territory of Grand Brightness City as a springboard to attack Grand Change City. He wanted to devour and slaughter all the cultivators of Grand Yuan Alliance, so that the human clan would know that the Ghost Clan was not to be trifled with. The Grand Yuan Alliance did not get carried away with their victory because they knew that it was only a small portion of the purgatory ghosts. Therefore, they still had to pay attention to what they needed to pay attention to and gather information when they needed to. Thousands of ghosts. The Prime Pole Alliance Master had recovered. His combat strength had reached its peak, and he seemed to have improved a little. He was one step closer to becoming a 9-star martial artist. At this moment, he heard the report from his scouts that thousands of ghosts had appeared and were heading toward Grand Brightness City. Moreover, there were more than 100 ghost generals among them. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. This force was much stronger than before. Men, Bring the news to Lord Chun Shio immediately, the Prime Pole Alliance Master said in a low voice. The people who had gone to the ancient suppression world and sky chill world to ask for help had yet to return. After all, they had to pass through the natural moat and perilous lands. It would take a long time for them to return. It could take as short as a month or as long as 2 or 3 months. Therefore, it was impossible for them to return without spending at least a few months. They could not count on the reinforcements from the ancient suppression world and sky chill world in a short period of time. Now that the purgatory ghosts had attacked again, they could only rely on the strength of the Grand Yuan Alliance to resist. After several battles, the Grand Yuan Alliance had suffered great losses. Although they had won a great victory and were very encouraging, it did not change the fact that they were not strong enough. Fortunately, they still had the Shura, sword demon, Chun Shio. With his godlike demeanor, he was invincible. As the main force in resisting the purgatory ghosts, they felt at ease. Of course, they also hoped that the purgatory ghosts would not be too strong this time. Otherwise, Lord Shura Sword Demon Chun Shio might not be able to stop them. As of now, the Azura Sword Demon Chun Shio was a legend in the Great Yuan Alliance. He was also the strongest expert and was revered by countless people. Even Yuan Ji, as the Alliance leader, had to address him as Lord. Thousands of ghosts. A cold light flashed in Chun Shio's eyes when he heard the news. Traces of shocking pressure suddenly spread out and covered the surroundings as if it was suppressing everything. It caused the surrounding space to come to a halt as if it had solidified. Then, one star after another appeared in the sky above his head. Among them, 8 were golden, while the 9th was bronze. However, there seemed to be a bit of silver in the center of the bronze, as if it was slowly turning silver. This meant that Chun Shio's battle strength was at the elite 9-star level. However, it was stronger than ordinary 9-star elites. If he used the Raging Shura form, his battle strength would increase again and definitely reach silver white. As for whether it could reach gold, it was still unclear. After all, the battle stars had not appeared when he used it before. Origin Energy Essence, but I wonder if it will be useful to me? Chun Shio thought to himself. Origin Energy Essence was the origin energy essence of the Purgatory Ghosts. Due to the difference in life level, it had great effects on the human race. However, Chun Shio himself was not considered a human. Instead, his body was formed by absorbing a huge amount of pure evil aura from the divine form Shura. He also cultivated the divine fiend Shura battle technique, which made him even stronger and stronger. Therefore, in terms of life essence, he did not belong to the Purgatory Ghosts. In fact, he was even stronger. Then, the origin energy essence of the Purgatory Ghosts was not that high-end to him. On the contrary, it was relatively low-end. He was not sure if it would be useful to him. Even if it is useless, I can leave it for my original body. Chun Shio suddenly smiled. There was no need to think too much about it. He might not be able to use it, but his original body was a genuine human. Of course, it would be useful. Moreover, his original body urgently needed a large amount of origin energy essence to make up for the lack of refining his body and raise it to the maximum. Chapter 1829. The closer one got to Tai Luo Mountain, the darker it was in Tai Luo City. Sunlight shone down, but it was blocked by the omnipresent darkness. It could not penetrate the darkness and reach the ground, causing the ground to be shrouded in darkness all year round. It was dark but not damp. Instead, it was dry. This was due to the special characteristics of the purgatory ghouls. In this dark and dry environment, the plants began to mutate. They were originally lush and green, but now they were completely bare. Permeated by the dark aura, they turned jet black and emitted faint waves of cold aura. There were not many ghouls patrolling. After a while, Chunzong only encountered 3 groups of ghouls. He killed all of them and did not allow them to spread any news. Naturally, the will of Tianyuan's sacred realm also recovered from the ownerless ghouls' wills attached to them. Chunzong also obtained the original essence of these ghouls. Naturally, Chunzong used all the original essence to make up for his lack of body refinement. However, after using more than 20 streams of original essence, he still could not make up for it. He needed more. Gradually, Chunzong saw a domain of darkness. It was so dark that it seemed to have swallowed all the light in all directions. An astonishingly cold and blazing aura pervaded every corner of the darkness. It was as dark as hell. Chunzong became even more cautious here. This was the main camp of the purgatory ghouls. There were powerful purgatory ghouls guarding it. If he was alarmed, he would definitely be attacked by many purgatory ghouls. It would be very disadvantageous for him. Although this was what he thought, Chunzong did not feel the slightest bit uneasy or afraid in the depths of his heart. Instead, he felt excited and eager to try. It was a feeling of being in danger, but his mind became very excited and excited. It was like walking barefoot on a tightrope with a mountain of knives below. His mind was extremely focused, and his mind was extremely focused. The way of the mind seemed to be invisible, and it became more and more condensed. Suddenly, Chunzong's mind moved. He naturally thought of the sword intent stream. The heart was the first move. This move was based on the heart. When the sword was drawn, the opponent's mind would tremble the moment the sword was drawn. In this way, it could be divided into two halves. However, in the first half, it was quite perfect, reaching a high level. However, in the second half, it was somewhat lacking. Those whose minds were much weaker than his would instantly be affected. However, those whose minds were not much weaker than his would be affected very little. Unknowingly, the power of the heart-stirring sword became limited. All that was left was the astonishing speed of the sword. However, the speed of the sword alone was not enough. Such a sword strike still hadn't fully displayed the profundities of the sword Tao of heart to the fullest. Now, in this unique and extremely dangerous environment, Chunzong's mind and spirit were absolutely calm, but he also had a strange feeling. It was as if the bottom layer was ice, but on the surface of the ice, there were raging flames burning. The colder the ice, the more intense the flames burning on it. All of a sudden, Chunzong felt a strong sense of fear. It was not a sense of danger, but a kind of fear that originated from the connection between his mind and the sword. With a move of his mind, the sword in the scabbard trembled slightly, as if it would be drawn out at any time and release an extremely terrifying attack. Thousands of spiritual lights appeared in the deity's sea. The illusory sword shadow formed by the heart sword Tao will also trembled. It seemed to emit thousands of sword cries that resounded through the heavens and the earth, directly targeting one's mind. In a trance, a blurry figure seemed to appear in the deity's sea. At first glance, it seemed to be 70 to 80% similar to Chunzong. As soon as the figure condensed, it stretched out its hand. It was understated and natural. As if it didn't have the slightest bit of aura, it grabbed the illusory sword shadow formed by the heart sword Tao will. There was no posture, and there didn't seem to be any fixed starting position. It was completely based on the mind. The sword in the hand stabbed out in the most comfortable position. This sword move was made by the mind, and by the sword. The sword moved with the mind. In an instant, there seemed to be a kind of invisible fluctuation that spread out a step before the sword. However, there was no enemy, so no mystery could be seen. However, the figure condensed in the deity sea could clearly feel a kind of palpitation that belonged to the heart. This kind of palpitation was as dangerous and exciting as standing on a cliff of 10,000 feet of ice. It was even frightening. The intention was lofty, and the sword came from the heart. The figure in the deity sea attacked again. This time, it was not a single sword move, but a chain of sword light. Every sword move was made by the mind, and the sword light was endless. It was the endless chain of sword light that contained the endless mystery of the Wuji chain sword. The heart sword move and the chain sword move merged into one to form a new move. Once the sword was out, it was a chain of sword moves. Every sword move was made by the mind, and it was able to guide the mind of the opponent. If one sword move was not enough, then there would be more. Chunzong's eyes shone with a divine light, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. In that case, this sword move will be renamed Heart Chain Sword. It's the most suitable, Chunzong said to himself, and he was very pleased. He did not expect that he would suddenly have a realization after just one move, and he improved the first move of the Heart Sword Current to become even more powerful. Unknowingly, the potential of the Heart Sword Dao will have been dug deeper. It could be vaguely seen that the shadow formed by the Sword Dao will, with the deity C in the center, seem to have become more condensed. The meaning of the Dao Will Extreme was the development of the Dao Will's potential and the ability to unleash its power. The first level, second level, and third level represented the same thing, but the degree was different. In general, at the first level of the extreme realm, one's potential and power could be developed to 30%, and the highest was 30%. At the second level of the extreme realm, it could be developed to 40 to 60%. At the third level of the extreme realm, it could be developed to 70 to 90%. Basically, 90% was the limit that most cultivators could develop. 100% represented perfection, and it was also called perfection of the extreme realm. It was a shocking height. Now, his Heart Sword Dao was at the second level of the extreme realm, and the degree of development had reached 60%. It was much more refined than before. In the past, I only created the first move of the Heart Sword Current, and I had no clue about the second move. In the Eternal Battle Fort, he had created the third move of the Yin-Yang Sword Technique, and he had even created the second move of the Triple Pinnacle Sword. Only the Heart Sword Current did not have any progress. But now it was different. The Heart Sword Current and the Infinite Sword Current can merge mysteriously. If there is a sword current, then there is an infinite. If there is an infinite, then there is also an infinite. Then the second move will be the sword current of the infinite. I will carefully comprehend it after that. Now was obviously not the time to comprehend it wholeheartedly. After creating the second move, he should have a clue about the third move as well. Perhaps he could create the two moves consecutively. Chunzong continued to advance. When he had advanced to a certain extent, he suddenly stopped because he felt his heart palpitate for no reason. The palpitating was very subtle, and it was completely different from when he comprehended the Heart Sword Current. It was a palpitating feeling that he was about to encounter an intense and fatal danger. The palpitating feeling was not intense, but it was directed to the depths of his heart and directly to his mind. It was as if he would encounter an unpredictable danger if he continued to advance. Chunzong had always believed in his own perception because it was very accurate, especially his Heart Sword Dao insight. It came from his heart, and it imperceptibly improved and strengthened his perception to a height that was difficult for others to reach. Since that was the case, he would stop. However, Chunzong did not plan to leave just like that. What kind of danger would cause him to have such a palpitating feeling in the depths of his heart? Chunzong's figure flashed, and he appeared on a mountain peak. He looked down and stared ahead. Even with his extraordinary eyesight, he could not see too far. When he could see about 10,000 meters, it became dark, and he could not continue. Yin-Yang, Chunzong shouted in his heart. In an instant, the Yin-Yang divine wheel, which shone with an inch of divine light, spun, and endless mysterious power spread out and poured into Chunzong's eyes. At that moment, the white and black pupils in his eyes seemed to come alive. They slowly spun and formed two Yin-Yang divine wheels, reflecting traces of the mysteries of the Yin-Yang divine wheel. In an instant, there seemed to be a flash of light like rippling waves. The darkness in front of him seemed to disappear. His eyesight penetrated the limit of 10,000 meters and looked even further away. All the darkness had disappeared, and there was no trace left to hide. This was a new eye technique. Chunzong named it the Yin-Yang Divine Eyes. This was a new eye technique that he had mastered after cultivating the gloomy black pupil to the extreme. He had then integrated the mysteries of the Yin-Yang Dao into it, transforming it into a new eye technique that was even more mysterious. In terms of level, it was still a secondary theurgy but it was more advanced than the gloomy black pupil. It even had more potential. Chunzong was very ambitious. He had named it the God Eye because he had placed great hopes on it. He hoped that one day he would be able to transform this secondary divine ability into a true divine ability and greatly increase its power. All of the minor divine abilities left behind by the predecessors were created by the predecessors as well. Since the predecessors could create theurgies, why couldn't he? Of course he could. With his talent and perseverance, he could definitely do it. Chunzong had great confidence in this. He also had the courage and action to invest time and energy in it. With the yin-yang divine eyes, the darkness retreated. Shaoqin could see everything clearly. Furthermore, he could see even further. Chunzong saw the outline of a city wall. Under the gaze of his eyes, as the yin-yang divine wheel spun in his eyes, it became clearer and clearer. Then, Chunzong looked over the city wall and directly into the city wall. He saw the purgatory ghost guarding it. With the mysteries of the yin-yang divine eyes, he could even see the strength of the purgatory ghosts and vaguely judge the combat strength of the purgatory ghosts. Seeing this, Chunzong was shocked. Chapter 1830. There are always people who threaten to send me razor blades, but I never receive them. Did I lose them midway? The god's eyes turned, and yin and yang appeared. All mysteries seemed to have nowhere to hide before this pair of eyes that were filled with profundity, and all of them were revealed. In an instant, Chunzong only felt a pair of extremely terrifying eyes with indescribable power penetrating through the void and the myriad of worlds. It seemed to have broken through time and space as if it had shot out from the depths of the nine hells purgatory and stared at him. The moment their eyes met, Chunzong felt as if he was struck by lightning. He felt as if his eyes were being pierced and shattered by that pair of indescribably terrifying eyes. An extremely terrifying will rushed into his spirit sea as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It was as if a flood had broken through a dam, as if a sea was flowing, as if a meteor was falling from the sky. It was unstoppable. In an instant, Chunzong felt as if his spirit sea was about to be shattered, as if it was about to fall apart in an instant. His head felt as if it was being hit by a giant thunderhammer. His head was splitting, and his ears were buzzing. It was extremely uncomfortable. His mind became chaotic, and he saw stars. He couldn't distinguish between north, south, east, and west. Such a pair of eyes, as dark as a black hole, seemed to swallow everything in the world. In the depths of its eyes, there was a bloody light. It was extremely terrifying. Just what kind of eyes were those? An extremely strong sense of danger also grew from the depths of his heart. It constantly attacked him like an extremely violent wave that wanted to swallow him up. Without any hesitation, Chunzong immediately activated the bewildering light realm with just a bit of clarity in his spirit. His figure disappeared without a trace in an instant. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying black light smashed over as if it was capable of shattering space. Its tip was suffused with a wisp of blazing red light, and its might was terrifying to the extreme. Everywhere it passed, space collapsed, and nothing could stop it. Boom! The place where Chunzong was originally standing was immediately bombarded. Such power was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could shatter a mountain into powder. However, there wasn't much of a commotion, and the mountain peak didn't crumble under this terrifying power. It was just that everything within a radius of a few meters was silently turned into powder in an instant. It was completely shattered and then turned into nothingness. It was truly nothingness, because in that instant, the terrifying black light shattered the void within a radius of a few meters, and an extremely terrifying spatial crack appeared. In the depths of the crack, astral winds howled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. However, it was as if there were layers of worlds separating them, and no sound could be heard. Shatter the void. This was the real shattering of the void, unlike the 9-star battle force, which could only tear a small crack in space. There was a world of difference between the initial tearing of space and the shattering of space. They were on two completely different levels, just like the difference between a kitten and a big tiger. Shortly after, the void returned to normal, but a corner of the mountain was missing. In the next breath, a figure appeared. Because the speed was too fast, it was impossible to see how he appeared. It was as if he had stood there a long time ago. This was a 3-meter-tall figure wearing battle armor. The aura he exuded was extremely terrifying, suppressing the surrounding void without causing any ripples. He actually escaped. The Ghost King stared at the spot where Chunzong had disappeared. A faint glow flickered in his eyes, as though he was trying to figure out where the human had fled to. However, the strange thing was that he couldn't see where the human had gone. It was as if the human had completely disappeared from this place. What kind of technique was this? Since he couldn't see where the human had gone, the Ghost King didn't intend to continue searching. Instead, his figure flashed, and he disappeared, leaving only the corner of the mountain that had been turned into nothingness. Within the bewildering light island, Chunzong's figure appeared instantly. As soon as he appeared, he knelt on the ground, holding his head with both hands. His face was distorted, and he was in extreme pain. Within the entire deity ocean, there was an extremely terrifying raging, crazily attacking his deity ocean as if it was going to break it. If not for the fact that his deity ocean had already become extremely stable after several transformations, far surpassing other cultivators, it would have been broken in an instant. He wouldn't have much ability to resist at all. The deity ocean was extremely important to cultivators. It was like the cave abode of one's divine soul consciousness, and it was like a residence. Once it was broken, one's divine soul consciousness would lose its place of dependence and become like rootless duckweed, easily dissipating. After all, although his soul was powerful, it hadn't been cultivated to the point of being completely solid, and it couldn't withstand the wind and rain. Therefore, he had to guard his deity ocean and not break it. Bit by bit, relying on his strong will that had been tempered thousands of times, Chunzong gathered his body and sat down cross-legged. Although his face was distorted and his body was convulsing due to the pain in his head, he still sat steadily. Spirit control technique. He activated it with all his might. Immediately, his divine sense was fully mobilized and quickly gathered in the deity ocean. In the deity ocean, a pair of pitch-black eyes that were like black holes that devoured everything seemed to appear above the void, looking down on the common people from above. Everything was as insignificant as dust and ants. Chunzong remembered very clearly that it was the gaze of such a pair of eyes that instantly broke his yin-yang god eyes. With an extremely terrifying will, it directly blasted into his deity ocean in an attempt to break his deity ocean. If not for the fact that his deity ocean had undergone many transformations and strengthened time and time again, it would have been shattered long ago. But now he had to break that pair of eyes. Otherwise, it would continuously attack his deity ocean and attack his will, causing him a splitting headache and extreme pain. This was the bewildering light realm, which was his territory. Only he and his doppelganger could come here, so he could deal with that pair of eyes without worrying about being attacked. The spirit control technique was activated to the extreme, and all of his divine sense was completely mobilized. Immediately, his consciousness gathered in the deity ocean and condensed into a figure. It was Chunzong's figure. The figure looked somewhat solid. Wearing a white robe, it was very lifelike, as if Chunzong had shrunk countless times in real life. At this moment, when it condensed, the pain of the deity ocean being constantly attacked seemed to lessen a lot. It was completely bearable. Sword come! A low and clear cry sounded like rolling thunder. In an instant, the heart sword Wei will trembled and quickly shrank, falling into Chunzong's hand. The brilliance flowed like water and turned into a long sword. The sword's body was faint, and the sword light was like rippling black water in late autumn. There also seemed to be a strange silver light flickering. With the intention of the heart, the sword moved. In an instant, the sword light had already tore through the sky and pierced through the sky. It carried the terrifying might of the Heartsword Way will and his own tenacious will as it directly charged towards that pair of extremely terrifying eyes. Those eyes were formed from will. If he wanted to crush them, then he had to rely on his own will to have a chance of accomplishing it. This was a confrontation between wills. The sword moved. Heartsword style, chain heartbeat. In just an instant, a few tens of sword images tore through the sky. Every single sword image was a move of the heartsword style. With the heart, the sword moved. The speed of the swords was shocking to the extreme and extremely terrifying. That pair of eyes was only a condensed manifestation of will, and it ceaselessly emitted shocking might to attack with the intention of destroying the deity ocean and then destroying Chunzong's soul. Under the sword light, it seemed as if it was drawn, and it immediately counterattacked passively. The extremely evil, domineering, and gloomy will suffused with an extremely terrifying aura. In an instant, the surroundings became dark and deep, as if there were layer upon layer of ghosts, and it seemed as if the heavens and the earth were collapsing. This aura caused one to sink into a dark abyss and be consigned to eternal damnation. It was just a mere will, but it was already so powerful. It was truly abnormally terrifying. If it was the actual body of the will, how powerful would it be? Chunzong was afraid that he would not have any ability to resist in front of it. He would be truly defeated in an instant. However, it was impossible for him to defeat his deity ocean with just a strand of will. The sword moved. Facing that extremely terrifying will, Chunzong gathered all of his willpower and attacked continuously. Heart-chain heartbeat was continuous. The sword light was continuous, but it was like a surging river, surging violently and boundless. The will was completely concentrated on the sword body, and it attacked continuously. The heart-chain heartbeat was launched with the sword. Unknowingly, this newly perfected heart-chain heartbeat was being improved bit by bit, becoming more and more perfect. Every time the sword was slashed out, its trajectory would change silently. It was no longer the previous straight and crisscrossing path, but a fine arc trajectory. As everyone knew, an arc would be longer than a straight line if the starting point and ending point were the same. Therefore, the time taken to go from the starting point to the ending point through an arc should also be longer than a straight line. In this way, the speed would be relatively slower. However, at this moment, the heart-chain heartbeat was attacking with the arc sword light. The speed of each attack was more than 10% faster than before. This was a kind of mystery that followed the will of the sword. There was no need to think too much about how to attack. One only needed to follow the feeling of the will. It was as if it was a part of nature. There was no thought, and no worries. The heart was the sword, the will was the sword, the body was the sword, and the sword was still the sword. The mystery of the sword of will body was interpreted to the extreme at this moment. Deep in his heart, there seemed to be a feeling of joy and excitement spreading and surging. The arc of the sword light became more and more obvious, and the speed of the sword increased. The power condensed in every attack was also unknowingly becoming more and more obvious and intense. The will was also strengthened. One weakened while the other strengthened. This was Chunzong's deity ocean, the home ground. The pair of eyes that manifested from the will was like a guest, an away ground. Once it was depleted, it could not be replenished. It would be continuously depleted and eventually disappear. However, it was hard to say whether it could last until then. Chunzong did not think too much. He did not even have any thoughts. He only attacked according to his will. With no thought, and no worries, every attack returned to its original state. Attack! Suddenly, the pair of extremely evil eyes completely shattered and turned into the last torrent of will. The deity ocean made creaking sounds as if it could not bear the heavy burden. Crisis. A huge sense of crisis suddenly emerged and directly attacked Chunzong's divine soul, making his hair stand on end. Without any thought or consideration, the sword light burst out in an instant based on the instinct in the deepest part of the divine soul. Chapter 1831. My heart has no thoughts. My mind has no thoughts. My mind is incomparable and invincible. When there is no fear, and the belief of invincibility, the sword can be drawn without confusion or hesitation. Only then can it break through everything. The chain of heartbeats, the strongest attack. This was the sword of the heart, the sword of the invincible belief, the sword of the invincible belief, the sword of the unparalleled strength. One sword, 10,000 swords, 10,000 swords in a chain of 10,000 swords. Break. The torrent of willpower formed by the pair of terrifying eyes paused for a moment. Then it was pierced through from the center, moving forward with irresistible force. Break, break, break. Popping sounds like bubbles bursting rang out continuously. The terrifying torrent of willpower was completely defeated by this sword and disappeared into the spirit sea. When the willpower was broken and gradually dispersed, it seemed to be absorbed by his spirit sea. Chunzong felt that the barrier of his spirit sea seemed to flash with a faint luster and seemed to be tougher. Breathe. His pale face gradually regained its color and its original ruddy complexion. There seemed to be a layer of hazy fluorescence on his skin, shining like white jade. The consumed divine sense was also quickly recovered. After the recovery of his willpower, Chunzong felt that his willpower was even tougher. He exhaled a long breath that condensed and did not dissipate. It was like the sword chi in the sky. Without any pretense, the deep night sword was suddenly unsheathed. In an instant, the sword disappeared, but with his palm as the starting point, streaks of hair-like black sword light appeared in arcs. They were as swift as black meteors streaking across the night sky, but also as light and agile as swallows cutting through water. They arranged themselves from different angles to form a circle, and one after another, they drew out a parabola that was completely natural. Although the trajectories were different, the starting point and the ending point were maintained in a straight line. The speed of the sword was astonishing and extremely sharp. It carried the power of the chain of heartbeats, dispersing from the starting point and converging at the ending point. This sword made the opponent's mind tremble uncontrollably and directly broke through. Where the sword light converged, a pitch-black spot appeared, as if it penetrated the depths of the void. From that spot of darkness, it seemed that lightning and thunder could be seen. After a few breaths, the pitch-black spot closed and disappeared, returning to its original state. So powerful, Chunzong was secretly shocked. His Tao inside of the heart sword was only at the second level of the extreme realm. It could be considered to have reached the peak of the second level of the extreme realm. He was only a step away from breaking through his limits and reaching the third level of the extreme realm. However, this step was extremely difficult. Not to mention, the realm of Tao insights was one thing, and developing the potential of Tao insights and transforming it into might was another. The improvement of the heartbeat sword strike into the chain heartbeat represented the development and application of one's own Tao insight potential. Now that he was fighting with that pair of terrifying willpower eyes in his divine sea, he was able to directly comprehend the Tao intent of the heart sword and his own willpower. Because of this, he was able to see through all the profundities of the heart chain and truly raised his strength to the extreme. It could be said that his current heart sword Tao insight was at the peak of the second level of the extreme realm, whereas the chain heartstrings had completely unlocked the potential of the heart sword Tao insight at this level, causing its might to increase greatly. When he used this sword strike, Chunzong also felt the change in his battle stars. Originally, when he used the yin-yang Tao insight, his battle stars were 8 gold, and the 9th was bronze. When he used the heart sword Tao insight, there were 8, and 1 was black iron. But now, when he used the heart sword Tao insight, half of the black iron battle star had turned bronze, which represented an increase in his battle prowess. At the same time, within the territory of Grand Luo City, the Ghost King in the Ghost City suddenly shook. He had already sensed that the trace of his willpower had been defeated. If that trace of willpower still existed, he would be able to sense its existence. However, It seemed to be separated by something, and it was difficult to accurately capture it. But now that the trace of willpower had been defeated, he naturally lost his sense of it. Fury. A wave of fury abruptly emanated from the depths of his heart, transforming into surging waves of fury that were ghastly and abnormally terrifying. In an instant, the entire ghost city was filled with fury. It was as if dark clouds were rolling over, accompanied by lightning that tore through the air. Numerous ghost clan members, regardless of whether they were ghost soldiers or ghost generals, lower ghost generals, middle ghost generals, or upper ghost generals, all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. After a long while, that wave of fury finally subsided, because no matter how furious they were, it was useless. They could not capture that human. Right now, they were still adapting to the rules of this world. Once they had completely adapted, they would be able to unleash their full strength. At that time, it would be time for them to make a move. At that time, it would also be time for a great calamity to befall this world. Little did they know that at this very moment, Chunzong had once again entered the territory of Grand Luo City. The previous probing made Chunzong even more vigilant this time. This was because Chunzong knew that the owner of that pair of terrifying eyes was the Ghost King in his memory, a terrifying expert that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and the earth. That kind of strength was definitely much more tyrannical than the 9 battle stars that had all turned golden. It was as if they belonged to 2 different levels. Chunzong could not help but think of something. According to the rumors, a 9-star battle strength was not the peak of a half-step great saint. There was an even stronger level above it, which was called the invincible half-step great saint. Could this Ghost King be at the invincible half-step great saint level? If so, this invincible half-step great saint level was too shocking. This time, Chunzong entered the territory of Grand Luo City again. However, he did not go to the ghost city of Grand Luo City. Instead, he kept flying forward and went directly to the territory of Grand Radiant City. Along the way, Chunzong also carefully observed the movements of the Ghost Clan. Once he discovered a small number of Ghost Clan members, he would immediately use his strength to kill them all in an instant. He would obtain the origin essence to make up for his deficiency in body refining. With the continuous consumption of the origin essence, Chunzong could feel that his deficiency in body refining was constantly being filled up. It seemed that he was not far from being completely filled up. The souls of the original body, Chunzong, and the doppelganger Chinxiu were one. They were not far from each other. Therefore, the memories and information in the souls of both parties were clear. Therefore, the doppelganger knew clearly what kind of danger the original body was in. Although he was shocked, he could not help but feel a little lucky. In addition, if Chinxiu knew the movements of the Ghost Clan, Chunzong would also know. This time, the purpose of going to the territory of Grand Radiant City was to launch a pincer attack with the doppelganger. Besides that, he would casually find an excuse to say that the original body and doppelganger looked the same. For example, he would say that the original body and doppelganger were brothers, and so on. As for whether they believed it or not, it was up to others. Even if they did not believe it, so what? With such battle strength, he could run rampant in this world. If he joined forces with his doppelganger, in this world, no one in the human clan would be a real threat to him unless there were supreme great saint experts. Moreover, with the abilities of the original body and doppelganger, even if there were supreme great saint experts in this world, it would be difficult for them to see through the truth. Moreover, Chunzong had the protection of the Eternal Heaven and Earth Medallion. The Eternal Heaven and Earth Medallion would be indifferent to a battle between half-step great saint experts. However, if there were supreme great saint experts who wanted to deal with him, the power of the Eternal Heaven and Earth Medallion was not to be trifled with. Not only would it protect him, but it would also be able to counterattack the opponent. Power was the source of confidence. When there was more power and belief, everything would become impossible. This was because Chunzong firmly believed that as long as he worked hard, he would be able to climb to the peak and constantly surpass himself. In that case, with his current strength, there was no need for him to hide. This time, when he appeared, he was very close to the territory of Grand Radiant City. His figure was silent, as if he was drifting in and out of existence. He was faintly discernible like a ghost. If someone saw him, they might think that it was an illusion. This was a new movement technique that Chunzong had created himself. It was a movement technique that he had created based on the Yin-Yang Dao intent. This movement technique had extracted the mysteries of all previous movement techniques and integrated them into it. It was based on the Yin-Yang Dao intent. Yin-Yang Seamless. This movement technique was called Yin-Yang Seamless. Its meaning was that the body was in between Yin and Yang. It was faintly discernible, as if it was here and on the other side. It was extremely mysterious. Of course, Chunzong was only at the beginning stage and was not yet perfected. Therefore, he could only make it look faintly discernible after he used it. He was still unable to reach the unfathomable realm where he was neither here nor on the other side. Even so, this movement technique was much more brilliant than the heavenly wind movement technique or the thunderlight escape. With the help of Yin-Yang Seamless, this extremely brilliant movement technique, Chunzong entered the territory of Grand Radiant City silently and was not discovered by anyone. There was no one in the entire Grand Radiant City. However, Chunzong saw countless dried corpses all over the place. It was like a skeleton ruin. Chunzong had not entered the territory of Grand Radiant City. Therefore, he was not sure. He could only see some scattered corpses outside. However, he did not have the shocking feeling of corpses all over the place. The Ghost Clan. A wave of rage surged out from the depths of his heart for no reason. It transformed into an extremely terrifying killing intent that swept out and shook the surroundings. This killing intent came so suddenly, yet so naturally. It was not the illusory heartfire. It was a common hatred for a common enemy that was aroused when he saw his fellow clansmen being slaughtered by the Ghost Clan. Moreover, it was also because he was in this world and was closely related to this world, especially because his talent was outstanding and extremely superb. Naturally, he would receive more care from this tribulation. The impact of the scene before him was even greater. Imperceptibly, Chunzong's killing intent towards the Ghost Clan increased. He had the intent to kill. Such a clan, so ferocious and ruthless. They should be exterminated. I will use the sword in my hand to slaughter the Ghost Clan that invades this world. Imperceptibly and silently, Chunzong made a great vow in his heart. Boom! As if sensing the anger and conviction in Chunzong's heart, a thunderous roar sounded out of nowhere. It surged and surged. Imperceptibly, a wisp of almost transparent pale golden aura also permeated the air. It descended from the sky and poured into Chunzong's body from the top of his head. In just an instant, Chunzong felt that his mind seemed to become clearer. Within the entire spirit sea, there seemed to be a pale golden brilliance that spread out layers of ripples like spring water. Between the ripples, the walls of the spirit sea seemed to be constantly strengthened. As for his spiritual soul, it seemed to have been swept away and became clearer and clearer. Under the pale, golden ripples, various Tao, intents, seemed to be rendered with a layer of faint light. They seemed to become more vivid and lively, as if they were endowed with vitality. Chapter 1832. Black smoke billowed in the territory of Grand Brightness City. Black clouds fluctuated, accompanied by gusts of violent wind, constantly blowing forward and sweeping across the land. Thousands of purgatory ghouls flew across the sky in unison, advancing forward. Their terrifying aura was oppressive, as if the black clouds were destroying the city. The myriad star plane seemed to have become even dimmer. The sunlight that shone on it was blocked, unable to penetrate it and shine on the dark and withered land. The myriad star plane used to be full of grass and birds, but now it was withered and dead. The Grand Yuan Alliance had already received the news of the Purgatory Ghouls' attack, so they had already made preparations. This time, it would be more difficult and dangerous than the previous one. However, they could not retreat. They could only fight and die. In this battle, they had to fight to the death to survive. Moreover, there was also a kind of incentive. That was to obtain the origin essence of the Ghost Clan by killing the Ghost Clan to improve themselves. To a cultivator, wealth, status, beauty, no matter how much one talked about it, it was all just an illusion. Only one's own strength was the most real thing and also the biggest thing to rely on. Previously, they were fighting for survival because even if they did not fight and ran away, they would not be able to escape once they fell. It was only a matter of time before they died. However, at this moment, other than a battle for survival, they could also obtain benefits from it to improve themselves and become even stronger. Such a temptation was something that no one could resist, because this was an improvement without any side effects. No, if there was a side effect, it would be that they had to kill the Ghost Clan with their own hands. The Ghost Clan was powerful and incomparably ferocious. It was not easy to kill a Ghost Clan member. It was very likely that they would be killed by the Ghost Clan. In this way, the Ghost Clan could devour the vitality of the Ghost Clan to improve themselves, and the Human Clan could obtain the origin essence of the Ghost Clan to improve themselves. The Human Clan's disadvantage was reduced. As long as they could find a better way to improve themselves, the Human Clan could survive tenaciously and resist the invasion of the Ghost Clan. In the future, it would not be impossible to defeat the Ghost Clan. On the Myriad Star Plain, the Grand Yuan Alliance's army was facing the Grand Yuan Alliance. The wind was howling and the water was freezing. The ghost hunting group was scattered on both sides, looking like a wild goose. This was the goose formation. They attacked from the front and attacked from the sides. And this time, it was even more powerful than the previous attack. This was because almost all the other experts stationed in Tai Yuan Hall had rushed over, and so had the other forces. At first glance, the thousands of Ghost Clan members all had battle stars above their heads. It was as if thousands of stars were densely packed together. It was an indescribably magnificent sight. Even more shocking was that there were at least 4 battle stars above each Purgatory Ghost Clan member's head, representing 4-star. Moreover, most of them were silver-white. In other words, the Purgatory Ghost Clan's potential was so shocking. This meant that they could at least reach the silver-white level. In the same level, they would be stronger than ordinary human elites. Besides the silver-white ones, there are also some black iron or bronze-colored ones. These are the last battle stars. In addition, Chun Xiu also saw that several of the Purgatory Ghoul battle stars were golden, representing their astonishing potential and development. They were even more frightening when fighting against those of the same level, and they could even fight those of a higher cultivation level. On the other hand, the human side was much weaker. Most of the battle stars were bronze, followed by black iron. As for silver-white battle stars, there were not many of them, only about 1/10 of the total number. One had to know that these people had all survived several life-and-death battles with the Ghost Clan. They could be called the elites of the elites, but only 1/10 of them had reached the silver-white level. Compared to the Ghost Clan, which was at least silver-white, the difference was too great. As for the Golden Battle Star, only Chun Xiu had it. Even the Prime Extreme Alliance Master of Tai Yuan Hall only had silver-white. Compared to the Purgatory Ghost Clan, it was shabby no matter how one looked at it. Such a comparison made one feel even more despair. But they could not lose their fighting spirit. As long as they killed the Ghost Clan members, they could obtain the Ghost Clan's origin essence to strengthen themselves. If they lacked quality, they could make up for it with quantity. A 9-star with all bronze battle stars would be stronger than an 8-star with silver battle stars. As for golden battle stars, they were in the minority. Origin essence might be useless to me, but the main body can, Chun Xiu said to himself. He stared at the Purgatory Ghost Clan as if they were prey. These were all origin essence. However, the Purgatory Ghost Clan this time would not be so easy to deal with. There were a total of 10 upper-level ghost generals, and 7 of them were normal 9-star level. The 9th battle star was black iron, but the first 8 battle stars were silver white. Their strength was on the same level as Taiyuan Palace's Yuan Kong and Yuan Fenghua. However, the difference in numbers was obvious. Of the remaining 3 upper-rank ghost generals, one of them had 8 golden battle stars and a 9th battle star that was black iron. His battle strength was stronger than the other 7 upper-rank ghost generals. The first 8 battle stars of the 2nd ghost general were silver in color, while the 9th battle star was bronze. The last phantom general was also the strongest. The first 8 battle stars were golden, while the 9th battle star was silver white. The threat that the phantom general posed to Qin Xiu was the most obvious and the strongest. Apart from these 10 high-rank ghost generals, there were 2 other ghost generals with golden battle stars. However, one of them was a middle-rank ghost general, while the other was a low-rank ghost general. Their potential was shocking, and their battle strength was terrifying even at the same level. Qin Xiu's heart sank. This level of battle prowess was already far superior to that of the human race. The human race was in great danger. If the 10 high-rank ghost generals joined forces to fight him, he was not confident that he could defeat them even if he activated his raging Azura form. After all, his battle strength would be multiplied in the raging Azura form, but he did not know what level he could reach. Qin Xiu's heart sank, but he was not afraid. Fight! Then let's fight. Leave that human to me. The eyes of the most powerful upper-level ghost general shone with a cold light as he stared at Qin Xiu. He didn't allow Qin Xiu to refuse. By the looks of it, this human was much stronger than the other humans. 8 golden battle stars shone brightly, and half of the 9th battle star had turned silver white. This was the heaven's pride of this world, a peerless heaven's pride who was favored by the fortune of this world. If one could kill him, not only would one be able to devour an even more exuberant and pure life force, one could also further erode the will of this world, which was even more beneficial than killing 10,000 ordinary cultivators. Although the other high-rank ghost generals also wanted to kill this human, the battle strength of the battle stars was clear, and they might not be able to win. Secondly, the strongest ghost general had already spoken. The ghost race believed that strength was the truth, and the words of the strong were more authoritative. The weak could only be dominated. Leave those 2 to me. The second strongest Gue Zhang's eyes turned and swept across Yuan Kong and Yuan Feng. Apart from Qin Xiu, these 2 were the strongest humans present. It would be more interesting to kill them, and it would naturally be more satisfying to devour their life force. The Great Yuan Alliance only had 3 9-star martial artists. Compared to the Ghost Clan's 10 9-star martial artists, there was a huge difference in both quantity and quality. For a moment, everyone's hearts sank. Get into formation. Alliance Lord Yuanji suppressed the throbbing in his heart and ordered. This time, the ultimate origin space locking formation naturally included the 2 Grand Elders, Yuan Feng and Yuan Kong. As such, the entire formation became even more tyrannical and its battle prowess increased. The battle stars above Yuan Kong and Yuan Feng's heads began to change color. Chapter 1833. Human cultivators' ability to learn and create was second to none. Whether compared to the earth demons or the purgatory ghouls, they couldn't compare. Of course, the earth demons and the purgatory ghouls had their own specialties. The way of battle formations was what humans were good at. It was a way for the weak to defeat the strong. The Taiyuan spatial lock formation was a profound battle formation. Now that it was activated, the power was concentrated on the 2 Grand Elders, Yuan Kong and Yuan Feng, causing their auras to climb. Even more powerful, the ultimate primordial spatial lock formation locked down the surrounding space, locking in the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth, causing it to flow back inwards. When operated to the extreme, it could even reorganize the energy that burst out and diffuse it within the formation, allowing it to be absorbed by everyone to recover. Before, The formation's power had been distributed to everyone so that they could fight. Now, it was mainly concentrated on Yuan Kong and Yuan Feng, allowing them to fight while the others were assisting. Before the ghouls completely approached, the ninth battle star above Grand Elder Yuan Kong and Yuan Feng's heads had already turned bronze. It didn't stop, but continued to change, gradually turning silver-white. In the end, half of the battle star turned silver-white before it stopped. Their battle powers surged, and their auras became extremely powerful, raging like a storm. The ghost hunting groups were all on high alert, displaying their skills. The members of the Azura ghost hunting group activated the mysterious Immortal killing array to the extreme. Traces of faint killing intent emanated from everyone within the array. The battle stars above Silver Blade King and Heaven Battering King's heads were mainly silver-white. The sixth battle star had also turned silver-white. Their battle power was much stronger than when they left Bewildering Light Island. However, compared to the current situation, without a 9-star battle power, they wouldn't be of much use. They could very well be killed. Chun Xiu stood at the front, unsheathing the Nirvana evil sword. The gray sword light flowed like autumn water, then turned into a surging river that crossed the sky. One man stood alone, indifferent to life and death. One sword across the sky, stopping an army of thousands. One sword across the sky, killing those who crossed the line without mercy. A resolute killing intent permeated the sky and the earth, infecting all the human beings. It made them less panicked and scared, and more confident and fearless. Momentum was very important. On the other hand, the Ghost Clan side was slightly shocked. After that, the strongest high-rank Ghost General took the lead and directly charged out of the army. He transformed into a ray of dark light that carried layer upon layer of surging waves that surged without end as he charged over brazenly. The long black spear in his hand suddenly pierced towards Qin Xiu. It carried a terrifying, thunderous power as it pierced towards Qin Xiu. With this strike, an obvious crack was suddenly torn open in the void. It was like a hideous scar, and it was a ghastly sight. Strands of aura that made one's heart palpitate constantly emanated from it. The power of this attack was terrifying to the extreme, causing Chun Xiu's expression to turn solemn. The fighting power of the divine fiends was like the waves of a river. In an instant, they were all poured into the long sword. The Nirvana evil sword shone brightly and instantly burst forth with shocking power. He drew his sword, the second form of the heavenly fiend sword technique, sword slaughter. The sword slashed out as if it could kill the heavens and the earth. The extremely shocking killing intent and killing intent merged into one as it slashed through the air without mercy. In an instant, the sword light and the spear light collided. After a slight pause, the spear light carried a terrifying remaining power and directly pierced through Chun Xiu's body. Everyone was shocked, but they realized that it was not Chun Xiu's real body that was pierced through. Unknowingly, Chun Xiu had already dodged. It was just an illusion that seemed to be real. In fact, it was not an illusion. After Chun Xiu had extracted the memories of the real Chun Zone, he used the heavenly spirit illusory body slash of the heavens and earth in the eternal battleford as inspiration and combined it with himself to create a martial art that was similar to a body movement technique. Although it was just a preliminary stage, it already had a preliminary power. Chun Xiu named it Azura Illusory Body. It was just a preliminary stage, and it was not perfect yet. It could not directly create a real body and an illusory body like the heavenly spirit illusory body slash. It could only create an illusory body first, and the real body dodged. The illusory body collapsed, and the real body attacked. A murderous sword shadow traversed the void and directly tore the void apart. Unexpectedly, the upper-rank Ghost General not only had amazing battle strength, but also rich battle experience. His reaction was unparalleled. Before he could turn around, the spear had already broken through the void. The spear was like a giant knife that slashed down, as if it was going to shatter the void. In just an instant, Chun Xiu's body was hit again and shattered. In terms of battle strength, the current Chun Xiu was still somewhat inferior to the other party. Moreover, the Purgatory Ghost Clan was a fighting race. They were born to fight and constantly improved and broke through in battle, becoming stronger and stronger. But all ghost generals must have experienced countless life and death battles, especially upper-rank ghost generals. Therefore, in terms of battle experience, the human cultivators as a whole were inferior. This was also the case for Chun Xiu. Even Chun Zong's life of battles, big and small, could not compare to the upper-rank ghost general in front of him. However, the lack of experience was compensated by talent. Chun Zong and Chun Xiu's talent was unparalleled, and their battle experience was not weak either. In this way, they could fight. Perhaps they could win as the weaker party. After the illusory body was defeated again, the real body appeared again and attacked with a sword. Time and time again, this made the ghost general very angry. It was just a human whose battle strength was inferior to his, but he dared to toy with him time and time again. He deserved to die 10,000 times. What he did not know was that after a few exchanges, Chun Xiu had further perfected the Azura illusory body. In an instant, two Chun Xius appeared. One was the real body, and the other was an illusory body. Regardless of whether it was the real body or the illusory body, their auras were equally strong, and they attacked one after another. Evil Shadow, Sword Killer. This illusory body also possessed 100% of the real body strength. From his point of view, the eternal battle for its sky spirit illusory body slash was really unfathomable. Even if it was nothing in the eternal battle for it, in a place like the Tianyuan sacred region, it was unfathomable and extremely shocking. The real body and the illusory body attacked at the same time. One sword, Evil Shadow, and the other sword, Sword Killer. The speed and sword power of each sword were different, but they were both very terrifying. Immediately, the ghost general was surrounded by the two of them. Even though his battle prowess was tyrannical, he had no choice but to be cautious. Unfortunately, the Azura illusory body had a flaw. The illusory body could not exist for a long time. At most, it could only exist for one breath. Of course, this was also the disadvantage of the sky spirit illusory body slash. If it could exist for a long time, it would become a clone. Compared to the illusory body, it was many times more powerful. It existed for a single breath, but that was enough. One breath was enough for the illusory body to launch many attacks, as long as it was not defeated. Not long after the battle between the upper-level Ghost General and Chun Xiu began, the other Ghost Generals rushed over. They passed by the two of them and attacked the allied army and the Ghost Hunters. Yuan Kong and Yuan Feng Grand Elder gathered their strength and attacked. Their combat strength, which was more powerful than ordinary 9-star elites, suddenly burst out. It turned into two terrifying palm prints that shook the void. It was as if they had punched two holes in the void, and they kept pushing forward. There were traces of cracks on the edges of the palm prints. A fierce battle had begun. Thousands of ghosts were pushing forward, and their ferocity was extremely terrifying. In comparison, the might of the human race was much weaker. However, no matter what, they had to fight. Chun Xiu continued to use the Azura illusory body. His real body and illusory body attacked together. Although it consumed a lot of energy every time he used it, his spirit aura's combat strength was extremely powerful. Therefore, no matter how he used it, Chun Xiu would not be exhausted. Instead, with each use, his control of the Azura illusory body became more and more profound. The cooperation between his real body and illusory body became more and more flawless. A sword pierced through the sky. The sword light was extremely powerful, and its momentum was vast and powerful. It was as if it could cut through everything, causing the Ghost General to feel a chill in his heart. In an instant, another sword suddenly pierced through the air behind him. It was silent. He could block the first sword, but he could not guard against the second sword. He was instantly affected. The Ghost General's body was extremely strong, and his reaction was also very fast. But he was still cut by the sword, and a wound appeared. The injury was very light, but he could feel that there was a terrifying force invading his body, as if it wanted to devour his life force. That was the power of the Nirvana evil sword, although it did not directly stab him, and he was only slightly injured. The power of the Nirvana evil sword was very evil. If the Ghost General's body was not strong and his life force was not condensed, and he seemed to be prepared, he would not have been able to withstand it. Even so, he could still feel his life force slipping away bit by bit. The speed was not fast, but if this continued, it would affect his body greatly. He had to end this quickly. Soul battle form. Suddenly, the Ghost General's blade and horn shone brightly. He summoned his soul battle form and superimposed it on his body. His aura became extremely powerful in an instant. Chunzong could see that above the Ghost General's head, or rather, above the soul battle form, there were many battle stars. The first 8 battle stars were golden, and the 9th was silver-white. It was exactly the same as the Ghost General's real body. The 18 battle stars shone brightly, and the aura that they exuded was extremely shocking. As the terrifying aura filled the air, the pressure on the surrounding void became more obvious and intense. It was extremely terrifying, suppressing all directions. Chun Xiu felt like he was suffocating. The pressure was endless, but this increased pressure did not crush Chun Xiu. Instead, it further stimulated his fighting spirit. Fight! The real body and the illusion attacked again. However, the Ghost General who summoned his soul battle form immediately had 2 attacks. Its power increased greatly, and it destroyed everything in its path. The illusion was defeated again and again, and it was reborn again and again. Suddenly, Chun Xiu's body swayed, and he split into 3. One of them was the real body, while the other 2 were illusions. The real body, Chunzong, had already cultivated the sky spirit illusion slash to perfection. He had mastered all the changes and essence of it. Naturally, Chun Xiu would also be able to comprehend this. With such a profound foundation, together with extraordinary comprehension and accumulation, Chun Xiu could easily perfect his self-created Azura illusory body. Chapter 1834. Tomorrow, the 6th chapter of the God of Swords on Earth will be updated. Please follow the official account. 6 Realms of Oblivion. On the 1,000-star plain, the chilly wind howled angrily, heaven and earth roared, and killing intent filled the air. Keek keek die. The laughter that was filled with malice was savage and ferocious. The Ghost Clan's attack landed, and immediately, a human cultivator was severely injured. The Ghost Clan's claws reached out and grabbed, displaying unparalleled profoundness. It was like a ghost dragon reaching out with its claws, containing the truth of heaven and earth. It directly enveloped a part of the world, making it difficult for people to dodge, especially when the cultivator was severely injured. The Ghost Clan's martial arts had always been direct. They did not pay attention to any complicated transformation techniques, only the extreme of killing enemies on the battlefield, returning to simplicity. But even so, some of his methods still contained unfathomable principles. For example, this claw seemed simple, but it was not simple at all. It directly locked onto the opponent, and it was very overbearing and domineering. It was like a claw that had been tempered thousands of times. In reality, the Ghost Clan devoured life to strengthen themselves. The most common thing they did was to use their ghost claw to grab onto the opponent's head and use that to devour life. Perhaps this was a habit that originated from their bones, or perhaps it was the bad taste of a certain Ghost Clan ancestor, but it was imitated and passed down from then on. In short, the Ghost Clan liked to grab onto the head of living beings and use that to devour life. Perhaps they felt that it was faster to do so. That cultivator was injured and could not dodge in time. His head was instantly grabbed, and he felt his spiritual will suddenly tremble. He was hit by an invisible evil aura, and he was dizzy. He actually lost the ability to resist for a moment. In the next breath, his majestic life force was quickly drained away, like a flood that had burst a dam. In the blink of an eye, his originally plump body became shriveled, and his skin turned gray. Countless spots appeared, and that was livor mortis. In the blink of an eye, it was as if he had been dead for a long time. With a casual shake of his hand, he threw away this ferocious-looking, dried corpse. Essence chi flowed on this ghost clan's body, and his aura seemed to have become slightly stronger. With a wild smile on his face, he immediately charged towards the next human. Die! The Silver Blade King Zhao Mingkong's battle prowess increased greatly under the support of the mysterious god-killing formation. He already possessed the battle prowess of a normal 7-star. The saber slashed out like a silver thunderbolt with an indescribable sharpness. It was as if a thunderbolt had broken through the sky and struck down. It was incomparably murderous and condensed. A silver light streaked across the sky. The high-ranking ghost general didn't even have time to wave his ghost claw to defend himself before he was struck. This slash was the Silver Blade King's most powerful slash. Under the support of the 9th Revolution Dao Insight, it had even condensed the power into a single line, and it was exactly inspired by Chun Xiu's sword technique. He had used all of his strength in this attack. Even if the Purgatory Ghoul had a strong physique and powerful strength, he could not withstand it. Behead. The superior ghost soldier's head was instantly chopped off and flew into the air. There was still a look of disbelief on its ferocious face. Someone who was about the same level as him had actually killed him with a single saber strike. In an instant, a stream of origin essence shot out from the superior ghost soldier's body and entered the Silver Blade King's body. The Silver Blade King's body trembled slightly, and his face flushed red as if he had eaten some great tonic. The Ghost Clan was naturally powerful and full of vitality. A stream of origin essence was a great tonic to any cultivator. Of course, it was not enough for Chunzong. After all, Chunzong's talent was superb, and his foundation was extremely sturdy. It was extremely shocking, and he needed more origin essence. When this stream of origin essence entered his body, the Silver Blade King refined and absorbed it without hesitation, turning it into his own strength. Instantly, not only did he recover his depleted strength, he even broke through his original limit. Instantly, the silhouette of the 7th battle star above the Silver Blade King Zhao Mingkong's head condensed and slowly solidified, shooting out a black metallic light. 7-star battle prowess. Even if it was just a normal 7-star battle prowess, the Silver Blade King was very satisfied. Originally, according to his talent, elite 6-star battle prowess was probably the limit. If he wanted to break through further, it would be too difficult. If he did not meet Chunzong and could enter the Azura's secret realm to train, he would not be able to reach the limit of elite 6-star battle prowess. Even if he could, it would be many years later. But now, with an extremely sturdy foundation and after obtaining a stream of Ghost Clan origin essence, he finally broke through his original limit and stepped into a new level. A feeling of being able to fly freely in the sky arose spontaneously, and it was extremely carefree. From 6-star battle prowess to 7-star battle prowess had at least doubled. This allowed him to have more confidence when facing the Ghost Clan. Moreover, it was not just a breakthrough in battle prowess, but also a breakthrough in potential. After this, he could continue to improve. At least, he could reach the limit of elite 7-star battle prowess. As for 8-star battle prowess, in the past, he would never have dared to imagine it. Now, with the Purgatory Ghost Clan's origin essence, he could look forward to it. The prerequisite was that he could survive. Fight! With the great increase in battle prowess, the Silver Blade King's strength was fully recovered. He slashed out with his blade. He felt that he was blessed, as if he was blessed by the gods. When he slashed out with his blade, he actually interpreted the profundity of the blade that killed the Ghost Clan earlier. That slash was the culmination of his blade technique. The power was extremely condensed and sharp, condensing into a stream of silver light. It was invincible, and the Ghost Clan's tyrannical body could not withstand it at all. But that slash required him to condense all of his power and be extremely focused to unleash it. But now, he did not need to do so. He only needed a portion of his power, and he could unleash it more easily. Without a doubt, his battle prowess had more than doubled compared to before. He was in high spirits as he continued to slay the Ghost Clan. This battle was extremely dangerous. From time to time, there would be human cultivators who were injured by the Purgatory Ghost Clan's attacks. Then, their heads would be grabbed and their vitality would be devoured, causing the Purgatory Ghost Clan's strength to increase further. From time to time, there would also be human cultivators who killed the Purgatory Ghost Clan and obtained their origin essence. They directly absorbed it to increase their cultivation and battle prowess. To these cultivators, the benefits of refining and absorbing a stream of origin essence were very obvious. After all, their cultivation level was not high enough, and their foundation could not be compared to Qinzong's. The difference was too great. For example, the origin essence was a torrent. When it flowed into a small pond, it would immediately raise the water level of the small pond. But if it flowed into a pond, it might only cause a thin ripple and return to calmness in the blink of an eye. There would not be any increase. Feeling the benefits that the Ghost Clan's origin essence brought to them, the cultivators became more and more excited. With benefits, it would naturally motivate them even more and ignite their fighting spirit. Even in the face of danger, they would not be afraid. It was like seeing water in the desert. A stronger fighting spirit and power would emerge from the depths of their hearts. Grand Elder Yuan Kong and Grand Elder Yuanfeng's battle prowess had greatly increased, and they directly resisted the remaining 9 ghost generals. Even though the pressure was very, very great, to the point of almost suffocating, they had to do so. Otherwise, if the 9 ghost generals went all out, the other humans would not be able to stop them. The battle was intense, but for the time being, they were unable to do anything to Grand Elder Yuan Kong and Grand Elder Yuan Feng, who had been strengthened by the Taiyuan spatial lock formation. As for the leader of the UNG Alliance, he was unable to completely endure this power unless he could reach the 9-star level. As a result, he could only participate in the battle as support. For a moment, the Alliance army was surrounded by the Ghost Race, but they held on tenaciously and were not defeated. The leader of the UNG Alliance killed several Ghost Race members. After the origin essence entered his body, he rapidly refined and absorbed it, causing his face to become redder and redder. His presence vaguely became stronger. However, the Taiyuan Alliance army suffered casualties from time to time. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before the formation was destroyed. At that time, Grand Elder Yuan Kong and Grand Elder Yuanfeng's battle prowess would weaken and they would be killed. On the other side, Chun Xiao and the high-ranking Ghost General were engaged in an intense battle. With the Soul Battle form, the high-ranking Ghost General's attacks were even more terrifying. Each of his attacks seemed to be able to shatter the void. It was extremely ferocious and powerful. However, Chun Xiao was not to be outdone. His heart domain enveloped the surroundings. His figure flashed, and his long sword pierced through the air. In an instant, a second figure appeared on the other side and slashed down. Immediately after, a third figure appeared and slashed down with a sword that seemed to split the void. However, the figures were all destroyed by the Ghost General's tyrannical manner. They were all illusions. A fourth figure appeared in an instant. The third move of the Heavenly Fiend sword art, slaughter all lives. Chun Xiao's sword strike had already exceeded everyone's expectations. This sword strike did not require any accumulation of power like before. In other words, when Chun Xiao displayed the Azura phantom body, he had been quietly accumulating power. Now that his power had reached its peak, this sword strike was merciless. The high-ranking Ghost General's hair stood on end. He was extremely shocked. However, he had experienced countless bloody battles and faced countless dangerous situations. It was not that easy to kill him. However, Chun Xiao did not really need to kill him. He only needed to injure him. This was because the Nirvana Evil Sword was extremely evil. Once the opponent was injured, his life force would flow out uncontrollably. The life-slaying sword was bound to succeed. Kill. As expected, no matter how fast the opponent's reaction was, he could not completely avoid the slash. He was immediately hit, and a wound was torn open. Blood gushed out. Instantly, his life force quickly dissipated like a smoke signal. The opponent's expression changed drastically. He was extremely shocked. In that instant, the three apparitions appeared once again and launched an attack at the same time. Although the illusion swords were not the real Nirvana evil sword and did not possess the terrifying evil power of the Nirvana evil sword, they were still astonishingly sharp. The three swords pierced into the Ghost General's body. Blood. Just when the high-ranking Ghost General was about to use some life-threatening technique, Chen Xiu's real body slashed down again. The Nirvana evil sword immediately pierced through his soul battle body and then his body. His vitality was quickly drained and poured into the Nirvana evil sword. The Nirvana evil sword flickered and hummed as if it was happy. This Ghost General's combat strength was astonishing. His life force was boundless, and it was greatly nourished when the Nirvana evil sword absorbed it. The Ghost General's eyes were wide open, filled with unwillingness. He did not even have the strength to counterattack. His strong body gradually shriveled up and his life force flowed out. Unfortunately, his life force was devoured and there was no origin essence chi left. Chapter 1835. Battle. Fierce battle. Endless bloody battle. When a ghost was killed, not only would a wisp of origin essence be absorbed, but the unconscious ghost realm that was attached to the ghost realm would also be devoured. However, if a human was killed, not only would his vitality be devoured by the ghost realm will, but a wisp of his would also be devoured by the ghost realm will and the ghost realm will. This wisp of will represented the fate of the world. The stronger it was, the more it would help. This was a battle of life and death. It was also an invisible battle between the wills of the two worlds. There was no luck, no escape. There was only life and death. If one did not fight, one would retreat. Once one retreated, there would be no way out. Not only would the human die, but the will of the world would also die. It would be devoured and taken over, becoming a new ghost realm that would fall into the claws of the ghost realm. After killing the other party, one would find that they had received new energy. They also felt that their minds were gradually becoming clearer. Their thoughts were like lightning. Some of the problems in the past seemed to have been solved. They became clearer and more profound. Even so, the human side was at a disadvantage. On the Nirvana evil sword light flowed like water. The sword trembled as if it was cheering and happy. The Ghost General's vitality was very pure and majestic. To the Nirvana evil sword, it was a great supplement. Gradually, the Nirvana evil sword also digested the vitality and quieted down. Chen Xiu's long sword vibrated and the sword hummed. However, it was filled with an extreme sharpness. The divine killing power fluctuated and surged in the sky. Chen Xiu was about to attack again and kill the other high-ranking Ghost General. Suddenly, there was a sudden change. From the shriveled corpse of the high-ranking Ghost General, a black light suddenly rushed out. It was shockingly fast and silent. It seemed to be shuttling through the void. In an instant, it shot towards Chen Xiu's forehead. It was too fast and too sudden. There was no time to react. It was already too late. Such a method was completely unexpected. In just an instant, the black light entered Chen Xiu's forehead and entered his spirit sea, turning into the Ghost General. Without hesitation, Chen Xiu's consciousness sank into his spirit sea and started a fierce battle with the Ghost General's remnant soul. Yes, that was the remnant soul of the Ghost General. Chen Xiu had thought that he had killed his soul battle body when it was pierced through. He didn't expect that there was still a part of him hiding, waiting for the right opportunity to attack and force him into a soul battle. This was completely unexpected. This made Chen Xiu realize how difficult it was to deal with the Purgatory Ghoul race. He had to be more careful in the future, but now it was very dangerous. In the soul battle, he could not pay attention to the outside world at all. If the ghost race attacked, a ghost soldier could bring him great trouble. However, if he ignored the ghost general's soul in the deity's sea, it would still be very dangerous. Fortunately, the ghost general's soul was damaged and its power had decreased. He was still able to pay attention to the outside world and quickly flew out of the battlefield. Only when he was far away from the battlefield could he calm his heart and focus all his attention on defeating the ghost general's soul in his spirit's sea, instead of being stuck in a stalemate. However, this scene was witnessed by a high-ranking ghost general. Without hesitation, the high-ranking ghost general immediately broke away and intercepted Shinshio. His attack tore through the air without mercy. At this moment, it was a great opportunity to kill the other party. This human was none other than the so-called Azura sword demon. His strength was extremely tyrannical, and no one knew how many of his own kind he had slain. Not only that, he carried with him a tremendous amount of luck from the will of this world. If he could kill him, not only could he devour the other party's boundless vitality, but he could also strengthen his own fortune. In the future, he might even have some hope of stepping into the realm of the invincible Ghost King. At the thought of this, he was very excited. He attacked without mercy, wanting to kill the other party in one blow. Chunshio still paid attention to the outside world. In the face of this attack, he immediately used the Shura phantom body. However, because most of his consciousness was immersed in the spirit sea, he could only conjure an illusory body. The illusory body was defeated in an instant, and the real body immediately broke away. However, in an instant, the ghost general caught up again. He would not stop until he killed Shinzong. Chunshio immediately fell into the other party's attack. For a moment, he could only use his body movement technique to dodge. It was difficult for him to counterattack. Under the other party's strong attack, the situation seemed to be very dangerous. This scene fell into the eyes of many of the human race cultivators. Their expressions changed greatly, and they were secretly anxious. Chunshio was the pillar in their hearts. If he was killed, it would be a heavy blow to them. It would directly cause their morale to plummet, and they would be wiped out in a short period of time. In an instant, Grand Elder Yuan Kong and Grand Elder Yuan Feng were furious. They immediately used their secret techniques. Even if the secret technique would shorten their lifespan, they had to do so. In an instant, half of the silver-white battle star was quickly dyed silver, and its battle strength increased greatly. This kind of secret technique could still have some effect on them, but the side effects were too great. Although they were under heavy pressure and almost suffocating, they did not plan to use it. They would only use it at the critical moment, when they were about to die, to deal a heavy blow to the ghost race. But now, Chunshio did not know why the situation was so critical. If he did not use it now, it would be too late. Once he used it, his battle strength increased, and his aura became even more shocking. He immediately reversed his previous disadvantage and forced the 8 ghost generals to retreat. 2 of them were caught off guard and were injured. But in an instant, the elite 9-star ghost general also used it. Soul Battle Body. In an instant, his battle strength increased greatly. You have a trick, so do I. You have a burst of power, so do I. In this way, the Great Yuan Alliance's advantage was not so obvious. No one could support Chunshio. Chunshio's situation was also very critical. The Ghost General did not manage to take down Chunshio in a few moves. He was also afraid that Chunshio would finish the soul battle. At that time, he would use his full strength to deal with himself. Burst! He burst out with tyrannical power again and again. He did not hesitate to exchange injury for injury. But Chunshio cannot do that. If he exchanged injury for injury, he would be injured, but his opponent would die without a doubt because of the power of the Nirvana Evil Sword. But at this moment, he could not be injured. Once he was injured, it would definitely affect the soul battle in his Divine Sea. Unfortunately, in the battle with the Ghost General, he used the Azura Phantom to resist and kill his opponent in the end. He did not use the Raging Azura form. In order to activate the Raging Azura form, he had to accumulate enough anger. but the Azura Phantom was enough to resist. Moreover, he used the pressure of his opponent to temper himself and improve the Azura Phantom. Therefore, Chunxiu did not intend to activate the raging Azura form. It seemed that his original body's habit of using the opponent's pressure to temper himself was very bad. It was why he was in such a dangerous situation. Moreover, in this soul battle, he could not use the heart realm or the freedom of self-state. What a pity. Chunxiu suddenly realized that he still had the spirit of ridiculing himself. He was in such a precarious situation, but he still had the mood to think about this. Well, actually, it was because Chunxiu had already sensed that his vile main body was rapidly approaching and was not far away. He just needed to hold on for a little while more, and his original body would arrive. At that time, the one who would die would not be him. Outside the myriad star plane, an indistinct figure that seemed to wander the surface of space silently flew by like a ghost. It was extremely fast and hard to detect. It was Chunzong. Chunzong, who was wandering on the surface of the void, suddenly smiled. Chapter 1836. Please follow the public account. 6 Paths of Desolation. You can read the 6th chapter of The Sword God on Earth. The sword fell from the sky like a dark star. The sword aura was vast and mighty, like a meteorite falling from the sky, suppressing the void and sinking the earth. The upper purgatory ghost general that was attacking Chunxiu only felt an unparalleled sword aura pressing down on him. For a moment, it was as if the air around him had been sucked dry, turning into a suppression. The astonishing power naturally collapsed from all sides to the center, instantly suppressing him on the spot and making it difficult for him to move. A tyrannical power suddenly burst out, trying to push away Chunzong's sword aura, which was still far away, had already closed in on him. In a flash, the sword aura seemed to have turned into a curve, but for some reason, the speed of the sword suddenly increased by several times, reaching him at an unimaginable speed. The sword pierced through the heart. The tyrannical power instantly crushed the heart, but the sword had already been pulled out and slashed out in an instant, bringing with it the invincible Taichu sword origin that was sharp and invincible. Slash! Suddenly, the saber horn that had slashed through the ghost general paused for a moment. That extremely hard horn was unable to block the Taichu sword origin's earth-shattering characteristics and was immediately cut off. The saber horn was the Purgatory Ghost General's innate talent and secret ability. Once it was cut off, it immediately lost this ability, and its soul battle body could not be manifested. Suddenly, a tyrannical will rose from the upper Ghost General's body and disappeared into the void. At the same time, an abundant amount of origin essence permeated out and entered Chunzong's body. This was the origin essence of the upper Ghost General, which was many times stronger than the origin essence he had obtained before. Moreover, not only was it many times stronger, but it was also a qualitative improvement. Circulating and absorbing, Chunzong suddenly felt that the deficiencies in his body refinement were about to be made up. Perhaps one more origin essence, and his body-refining battle star would change. However, now was not the time to check. After killing the upper Ghost General with one slash, Chunzong did not stop and immediately attacked the other Purgatory Ghost Generals with his sword. As for Chunxiu, he had completely immersed his mind and consciousness into the Divine Sense C, engaging in a life and death battle with the Ghost General's remnant soul. With his true body here, he would be safe. Seeing that the newcomer had killed an upper-level Ghost General with a single strike, the morale of the humans was greatly boosted. From the war star it had manifested, it was clear that this was a powerful sword cultivator on par with Azura's sword demon. When they saw its appearance, everyone was stunned. Why did he look exactly the same as the Azura's sword demon, Chunxiu? Only his aura and temperament were different, but his appearance was as if they were cast from the same mold. What was the relationship between this person and Ashura's sword demon, Chun Xiao? Heart intense sword, chain heartbeat. Chunzong's first move was a shocking killer move. With a thought, the sword pierced through the air and arrived. It was as if it had skipped a process and only had a starting point and an end point. However, the truth was that the sword was simply too fast. Every sword stroke was a perfect parabola, and the speed of the sword was several times faster than a straight thrust. There was no way to dodge or defend against it. Kill. Along the way, the Inferno Ghost generals, regardless of whether they were lower level or middle level, were all killed. They could not perform any soul duel and were all wiped out. Strands of essence constantly flowed into his body, being refined and absorbed. Chunzong could feel that his physique was continuously strengthening, as if it had been strengthened to the extreme. Suddenly, the sound of bones and tendons vibrating could be heard from within his body, linking up and increasing layer by layer. Every bone in his limbs and bones seemed to have become tighter, and their structure changed invisibly. It was as if they had turned from rough iron to fine steel, becoming tougher and harder. His spine shook like a dragon, as if a hidden dragon had emerged from the abyss. Following that, a powerful force radiated out and engulfed his entire body. His organs, blood, tendons, muscles, skin, and everything else trembled slightly, as if a new and stronger force was born from the depths of his body, becoming more and more powerful. However, others could not see that under the sword robe, Chunzong's tendons, bones, and muscles were all twisting and bouncing, undergoing a fundamental transformation. Bursts of tiger-leopard thunder sounded in his body, connecting into a large area, as if thousands of lightning bolts were striking at the same time. However, only Chunzong could hear this sound. The only thing that could be felt was that the air around Chunzong was constantly fluctuating, as if layers of ripples were created when a stone fell into water. Chunzong knew that the shortcomings of his body refining had finally been fixed, and he had begun to transform and become even more powerful. In other words, at least the first body-refining battle star had transformed from silver to gold. The transformation between silver and gold was not only a transformation of combat strength, but also a transformation of depth and height. If silver could be considered a prodigy, then gold was a peerless prodigy. However, now was not the time to study it. He had to kill all the Ghost Clan members first. Holding the sword all the way, he was invincible. When Chunzong approached one of the upper Ghost Generals, 7 or 8 Ghost Generals had already died under his sword. With a thought, the sword was unsheathed, and the heart chain kill. In the blink of an eye, the sword light turned into a parabola, drawing the most beautiful and perfect trajectory in the world. With the hand as the starting point, the void as the path, and the upper Ghost General with the 9th battle star as the ending point. When the sword light appeared, the Ghost General only felt his heart tremble uncontrollably, and an indescribable panic grew from the depths of his heart. In an instant, it attacked his mind, and he felt an uncontrollable palpitation. The palpitation affected his concentration, causing him to be in a trance and his reaction to be a bit slower. The difference in combat strength was already obvious, not to mention that his reaction was a bit slower due to the palpitation, so it was even more impossible for him to dodge the sword. The sword light pierced through the Ghost General's heart, but it did not come out from the back. Instead, it stopped in the heart, as if it had pierced through space. The terrifying power directly crushed the heart, turning it into nothingness. The second sword slashed out, immediately cutting off the Ghost General's horn, preventing him from using his soul battle body, saving him some trouble. Without the horn, the soul battle body could not be used, and the soul battle body could not be used. Another stream of origin essence entered his body. As soon as Chunzong arrived, the pressure on Grand Elder Yuan Kong and Grand Elder Yuan Feng was greatly reduced. Kill, kill, kill. On the side of the human race, the morale was high, and the wind and clouds seemed to be gathering, suppressing the cold aura of the myriad star plane and gradually retreating. At this time, Chinshio also defeated the Ghost General's remnant soul in his spirit sea and absorbed it. Kill. When the original body and the clone joined forces and set up the mysterious god-killing formation, the destructive power was greatly increased and became even more shocking. Kill. Grand Elder Yuan Kong and Grand Elder Yuan Feng roared, and the two of them joined forces to deal with an upper-rank Ghost General. Their palms struck out, and a terrifying palm energy instantly blasted into the Ghost General's body, blasting it into pieces. When the Ghost General's body collapsed, the soul battle body appeared. The two of them seemed to have been prepared, and they struck out again, shattering the Ghost General's body. In an instant, a stream of origin essence split into two and entered the bodies of the two. This was the first time they had killed an upper-rank Ghost General since the start of the battle. When the Shura Sword Demon Chun Shio attacked again, this kind of encouragement was even more shocking to the human race. Their morale was greatly boosted, and their arrogance soared to the sky. On the other hand, the ghost race's morale was greatly reduced, and their arrogance weakened. Kill. The human race roared, and their murderous aura grew stronger. Chun Shio used the Shura phantom body, and his real body and illusory body appeared at the same time. There were a total of 4 of them, and they immediately killed an upper-rank Ghost General. However, he controlled the Nirvana evil sword to not absorb the Ghost General's vitality, but to store the origin essence in his body, waiting for the real body to absorb later. The originally unfavorable situation for the human race began to turn around. One could see that both Chun Zong and Chun Shio's bodies were emitting a clear light. It was like a kind of blessing that came from this world and carried the great fortune of this world. The more ghost race members were killed, the more obvious and intense the clear light became. Compared to the others, it was even more obvious. The clear light emitted from the others was only strands and shapeless. Even the most intense one only had a few extra strands, like a candle in the wind, and would dissipate at any time. However, the clear light emitted from Chun Zong and Chun Shio was like a rising cloud of smoke, and the difference was more than 10 times. Furthermore, every time a ghost was killed, the clear light on its body would become stronger and stronger, and it would continue to increase. The real body and the avatar worked together, and there was no gap between them. None of the ghost race members could resist. Even if they could resist one of them, they could not resist the other. Kill, kill, kill. Not long after, the upper-rank ghost race members were all killed. Next, it was naturally the other ghost race members. The threat of the powerful ghost race that could destroy the human race's Tai Yuan alliance was thus eliminated. After killing most of the purgatory ghost race members, Chun Zong and Chun Shio did not make any more moves. After all, they had to leave some soup for the other cultivators so that they could also kill some ghost race members and absorb their essence to strengthen themselves. Fighting against the purgatory ghost race was never the responsibility of the real body and the avatar. As long as one was a cultivator of the profound world, they all had the responsibility. Although they did not make any more moves, they still watched from the sidelines, especially those of the Azura ghost hunting group. They had to do their best to prevent any casualties. These were the future pillars of the Azura sect. Naturally, the stronger they were, the better it would be for the Azura sect. Thousands of ghost race members came aggressively, but now they were completely defeated. All of this was because of the arrival of the sword cultivator who looked like Chun Shio. If not for him, even the Azura sword demon would be in danger. This battle was another great victory. Compared to the previous great victory, it was even more inspiring. Even though quite a few cultivators had died in this battle, the cultivators who had survived had more or less obtained the essence of the origin energy. Their presences had all become even more powerful and condensed, and their battle prowess had increased to a certain extent. How should I address you? Grand Elder Yuan Feng bowed and greeted Chun Zong. This is my elder brother, Jindi Chun Zong. Chun Xiu replied, and announced Chun Zong's name and title in a straightforward manner. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.